You're not going to see a lot of Cox on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. And all that. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. And say hello to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. A cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. I didn't know it was a sausage party show.
Oh, yes. I think most Fridays are.
Okay.
I think it's exceedingly rare that Mary will be here on a Friday. And really her loss, because
This is out on the get down.
Friday get down, and
I'm not angry by any means, by the way.
oof, that was a low-key
Yeah, right?
Slam.
Wow. He's like,
Oh, no, not
when
because
Mary's gone, I feel like I get to shine.
That's not what I meant.
Keep that mic on, because here comes Poundcake. Mary's not here.
No.
It's the Poundcake Show.
I think that Poundcake, with one fewer voice on the show, I think Poundcake probably feels like maybe he can get his thoughts across more lucidly. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, that and I like sausage party shows. Why would I not want to hang with my boys?
Of course. That's the point. Anyway, if you'd like to join us, you don't have to be a guy. Ladies, we love to hear from you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. Just for everyone's information, a lot of people try to send me pictures over the text, and our text platform won't take photos. So you can always email me anything that I positively have to see. If it is too... If you're unable to, if describing it simply won't do it justice, you can always email me a photo. But otherwise, you can text 35192, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app as well. Very, very windy night last night, walking down to the Cox Out pregame.
Very blustery day.
Holy cow. It went from 80 to 50 in, I was just wearing a hoodie, which was fine for last night. But today I'm just wearing kind of like a flannel shirt.
Oh, I got a nice,
It's cold out.
It is cold out. I love it. It's corduroy shirt. It's got these flannel cuffs. It's got elbow pads. I'm loving
You're like
fall fashion.
You're like a professor.
Yeah, I complimented them on it. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, look at Bill. I like it.
Very studious vibe.
A professor of booty.
I really
Right.
like this sweater I have on, too. I know you can't see it.
No, it
Professor
looks
of
good.
booty.
Looks good. And even if you haven't lost weight, Poundcake, you are less belly and more lean looking.
Are you? Let me see him.
I am Dr. Penis.
Stand up a little bit so we can.
I'm not going to say if I weighed myself this morning, but
That means you did.
I did lose weight.
And so anything we tell you, you're just like, nah, I'm going to do what I want.
Well, and he should. It's your body, your choice. But so yesterday we do the Poundcake weigh-ins on Thursday, and he was a little bit salty because he remained unchanged. He was now that's purely coincidental, but he is exactly the same this
Also, if
week
you're
as he
drinking
was.
and eating food throughout the day, it does make the weight fluctuate because you're retaining more water and like that.
I'm drinking a hell of a lot more water, probably ever in my life.
That's great.
Like just within the last, I would say, 3 or 4 years, like I was never, and it sounds really bad, I was never a water drinker. I was from a sugary household. All we had was like juice, apple juice, Kool-Aid, whatever.
You know, water comes right out of the tap and it's free, right?
Yeah, but like it didn't taste good. I didn't have a taste for water. So
No, I understand. It sucks. I mean, Yeah, of course. Pop and juice. I mean, that's
it
wired. Your brain's wired to want that stuff.
It wasn't emphasized in my house. Like, there's other houses where even black moms be like, you better get your ass some water before you get a
again,
urine infection. Like, that's what they always say. Like,
your mom being a nurse, that always fascinates me. That your mom wasn't like, just drink water.
okay,
She could have saved money, by the way, by not buying pop and juice.
you act like doctors are like the healthiest people in the world.
I'm not
too.
saying that. I'm just saying that just purely from a financial standpoint, she would have been like, the way you describe your mom, I'm surprised she was never like, I'm not buying pop and juice. Water's free. Like exactly what I said, I could hear coming out of your mom's mouth.
You're correct on that, but my mom was also a bit of a pushover because she made up for things because we didn't have a father figure in the
You guys
house.
walked all over.
But we were kids. We didn't know that was considered walking all over her. We just wanted our way because we were
I
kids.
know.
So
I understand.
So yeah, we did in hindsight. But at the time, I was just like, Kool-Aid and Hawaiian Punch and Tahitian Treat and
Tahitian treat.
Tampico.
That's underrated. Tampico.
Tampico.
Oh my God.
Oh man, that stuff
Tampico
was
wow.
incredible.
That's what I'm saying. That tastes a lot better. And talk about saving money. We would get all of those items discounted at the dollar store. So my mom would go to the dollar store, and those were all like the generic or like off-brand drinks.
Right.
So packed with probably double the sugar that you would find in like Hawaiian Punch or something.
Well, it's funny because Tampico is a Chicago brand. So, like growing up, you would see Tampico in the stores. And I know they sold it a lot of other places, but that's just kind of one of those like local things that you don't think about. Nowadays, the only time I ever see it is in Mexico. You'll see Tampico everywhere in Mexico. I haven't even thought about Tampico until you just mentioned
They have them at Walgreens. They have them at CVS.
Really?
Yeah, I've
Wow.
still gotten Tampico from time to time.
When I worked for my dad,
you.
that's what I would drink. I would drink a lot of water too, but like I would treat myself at lunch with a Tampico.
Boy, it's a treat.
I think we called it Tampico though.
I was going to say
Maybe it's
because
Tampico,
I
whatever.
have most of my extended family in Illinois I've said before, are rural people. And there's a town called Tampico, Illinois. I think it's where Ronald Reagan was born. But it's like a town over from where a whole lot of my extended family live, a town called Sterling, Illinois. And right next door is Tampico. And I think their claim to fame is that's where Ronald Reagan was born. But Tampico, the drink. I'll tell you what I like, and I don't have it
Mountain Dew.
often, Orangina. You ever have Orangina?
Orangina's very good.
You got to get it at like World Market or something. I don't know why it's considered exotic, but I don't ever see Orangina anywhere.
One of the best things, just an orange high C. I love an orange high C.
I do love
Just
an
a
orange
straight,
High C.
flat McDonald's orange high C.
Yup.
Yeah.
My thirst for sugar was so bad that not only would I go to like when I didn't feel like grocery shopping, not only would I go to the fast food restaurants to get like fast food, but there was days where I just sat in the drive-thru to get like a large like fruit punch, like in a huge glass, like just wasting time.
You wanted to have like the red lip? You want the red upper lip
Yeah,
from
because like there's something, I swear, those machines that like McDonald's has, they make the juice or the flavor so cold and so sugary.
Yeah, they hit different.
Oh, it does. It just hits different coming through out of a drive-through. So I would get like the largest, the extra large, like fruit punch from McDonald's, and I would smack. By the time I get home, it would be like down to the last little bit. I'm like, you got a problem.
You just drive up and ask if they can point the hose in your mouth.
And I said, like, hey, could I get a large? Would you like anything else with that? Nope. Would you like it? Nope. That's it.
Stop trying to upsell me.
$1.99.
I told you what I wanted. I'm telling you, once you get off the sugar, I haven't had a Mountain Dew in who knows how long. And it's like that first week or so of drinking nothing but water because you're not really processing yet, kind of. So it's like you just walk around sloshing around all day long. It's the worst.
Yes, it is the worst, but I also kind of cheat because every so often, not all the time, but I do put a Mio in there because I'm like, I just want
A meal?
A Mio.
What is Mio?
It's like an energy boost.
No, it's not. It's,
hydration thing.
it's a flavor. Flavor thing
but
too.
but doesn't it have
little
like
squirty things?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's just sugar. It's like it's like flavored.
That's why I said I
Kool-Aid,
cheat.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Sometimes
see.
I cheat,
I see. Okay.
but not throughout the day. Probably when I'm home because it's really hard for me to drink like water at home. I have to buy bottled water.
I really like there's a lot of hydration tablets and powders you can put in. I like those. I get these ones that it's like Noon or something, and they make it fizzy. Love those.
Wait.
Fan of those.
You put a hydration tablet into water?
Yeah, it makes it more hydration-y.
God, this water is so dry. What am I going to do?
It ups the hydration
Oh, my
factor.
God. There's too much oxygen in this H2O.
It's got to be true. I got it from a health store.
I got it from a health store. It's online at Infowars.com.
That's right.
I'm going to take a break. If you'd like to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Every handle falls off, and you have to get a doctor to pull it out again.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life. End over end, neither left nor to right. Straight through the heart of them righteous uprights. Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life.
I love the backbeat on this song. Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life. I heard Stansbury talking about today being a Victory Friday. Not least of which because the Guardians swept the White Sox at Guaranteed Rate Field. Now, do I sound crestfallen today because of that? No, I don't think so. Because the Guardians are way out in front in the division.
Yep.
And the White Sox are second. And sometimes, as I was told by the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District on Twitter, there's nothing wrong with being number 2. And so, much like my Chicago White Sox are number 2 in the division, this show ended up being number 2 in the Cleveland scene. They still do Best of Cleveland, which I didn't realize was a thing still, and we got number 2
Woo.
in favorite radio show. So congratulations to not only the Cleveland Browns, but the Cleveland Guardians. Everybody had a hell of a Thursday night. Kevin Stefanski becomes the first Browns coach to beat the Steelers 3 times since Bill Belichick.
Damn.
None of the other coaches for the Cleveland Browns, and there have been many, were able to complete that task.
It's the old Stanford band play. Back at the 4-yard line. Into the end zone it goes, and the Browns are going to recover there. That's going to be a touchdown. There's no extra point, but that may be meaningful to some of you. And you know who I mean. 29-17, the Browns win it.
Is he talking about gamblers? Is that what that reference is?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Why does he dance around that?
I think because he's still pretty old school.
I see.
And I don't think back then when he was the guy, Al Michaels, they weren't talking about gambling
at all.
And now it's becoming, it's legal in most states now, and the NFL's partnering with sports books, and so it's not as looked down upon, but it would still be weird for him to even acknowledge.
Yeah, but he's on Amazon Prime now.
Well,
he might be an old school guy, but he's he's in the 21st century. Anyway.
Yeah, but he's not running Amazon Prime football.
He will
he's
be.
still doing the same things he's always done.
I know. I'm just waiting for them to, because they're going to start giving him copy to read in between, about whatever sports betting platform they have a prevailing interest in or whatever.
Prime betting.
I'm Al Michaels. 29-17 the final last night. It was a nice way to come off that horrifying Jets loss.
There was a moment, I caught part of the fourth quarter, and there was almost an amazing catch by one of the Steelers players, Pickens, I think.
One-handed.
Well, he had one in the first half. I saw that highlight. But this one was at the end of the game, and he almost pulled it in again. But then it was intercepted, but then the guy that intercepted it was out of bounds. But it was so close to being another one of those moments. I'm like, this is going to kill people in Cleveland. If they lose this game again, if they lose 2 games back-to-back where they had great leads, the town is going to burn. You can't do that to the people.
I was panic farting towards the end of that game because I was like, man, we've seen this a lot of different times. We've seen this. Unfortunately, Terry the Goat doesn't get credit for last night's
make a pick.
Because
you didn't make a pick, Terry.
No, she didn't. She ended up with Steelers and Browns in her winner's basket. So I don't know what that means. We can't infer what she meant by that. But she does not get credit for last night's Browns win. But she did give me 8 other picks. Monday Night Football is Giants-Cowboys. And then on Tuesday, we'll know how she did. But so far, she's had a rough start to the season. So Terry the Goat picks the games for us. And I've heard from a number of people who are using Terry when it's time for them to call their bookie.
Ooh,
there are people who talk about old school. There are people who still have bookies.
There you go.
So, but
I'm not cheering for the Browns, but I still like seeing the Steelers lose. Like that was nice.
Mitch Trubisky from Mentor, Ohio,
yeah.
their quarterback.
I think it was an inside job. He's
an inside job.
We got a guy on the inside now, and he is doing a great job of making that team stink.
I like how people were giving Al Michaels a hard time because he had made a comment about Deshaun Watson. And people immediately took him to task for saying the wrong thing about Deshaun Watson. It wasn't anything inflammatory at all. It was nothing controversial. He's not that guy.
That he must only use team massage therapists for the remainder of his career.
Kaylee, if $230 million guaranteed doesn't motivate you to do the things you need to do, I give up.
That was his comment. Boy, if
And
that kind of
people
money...
got mad at him for that?
Yes, because, it's about the money. Why didn't Al Michaels mention all the women? He's doing a live football broadcast. Is he expected to rattle off these women's names?
I want to hear them all.
The situation's been talked to death, by the way.
Right.
It's making it a passing comment. The female sideline reporter is throwing it to him, essentially. And Al Michaels referencing his contract as his primary motivation, which it would be for most people. $230 million. What is he supposed to go off on a tirade about Deshaun Watson and gender politics? Give me a break. Nothing inflammatory about that, but of course you can't say anything without people getting bent out of shape about something. So, although I'll tell you, last night at the Cox Out, had a fantastic time. I love the night games. I know we have a Monday night one we're going to do. I think Halloween night, the Browns are playing Monday Night Football. We'll be doing the Cox Out down at the Ivy. And there were a lot of Steelers fans there, of course. Some come in from out of town, some are here. And there was a woman there, lovely, lovely black girl named Faith. I think the MMS Instagram account might have, we've posted her sign. It was the nicest sign. It just said, the Steelers can go jump in Lake Erie. It was hand-drawn, when you have cities where they're like throwing batteries at people and they're screaming expletives as soon as they walk by.
Such an extreme.
She had just the loveliest sign, hand-drawn, the Steelers can go jump in Lake Erie. I was like, yes, they can go jump in Lake Erie.
Oh, there it is.
Look at them. So nice.
Also, I like that it's not even a big sign.
No.
It's like
It's like
sheet
an 8x10.
of paper.
Yeah. She went, before she left home, she went into the printer, opened up the bottom tray, took out a clean white sheet, and I think it's black and white. I don't even think there's any color in it. But I'm up in the booth, and, I'm on the mic every so often, and I had to give her a shout because it was just the nicest. Still.
It's good, clean fun.
Yes.
That's
sportsmanlike conduct, as it were.
Some people go too far and they get personal and then they start fighting. This is a nice, silly thing. Go, you know what, those Steelers, they can jump in Lake Erie. Take that.
Adam is one of our bureau chiefs. He sent you this, too. Adam's
Yeah.
one of our bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh, and he goes, isn't this a great... He's no homer. He goes, isn't this a great photo of sad Steelers fans surrounded by happy Browns fans? All anybody's doing here today in Pittsburgh are whining. Well, I'm like, well, listen, Steelers fans aren't used to losing, and they sure as hell aren't used to losing to the Browns. So, they've had it good for a very long time, and it's hard to get out of that. Imagine an alternate universe in which you lived in a city that had a Super Bowl champion in it multiple times, a Super Bowl champion, or at least one of the winningest teams.
Right.
Think about that. If the Cleveland Browns were synonymous with amazing football, after a while, you'd become accustomed to that. That's how we were with the Jordan Bulls. That's how people were here with the LeBron Cavs.
You're expected to hit certain heights.
You get used to it.
Yep.
You just take it as part of the scenery. But it ain't like that. I made a Deshaun Watson reference at the Cox Out last night that I thought...
What'd you say?
I said, obviously there are some people who might... How did I put it? I said there are clearly some people who might have some issues with some of the Browns' personnel decisions, but if you're having a hard time with it, just go talk to somebody here in a Roethlisberger jersey because they're used to it. Which is a throwaway.
I
whatever.
like it, yeah.
Sometimes things like that will get a big groan from the crowd.
Big cheer?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Wow. And there was a guy right in front of the booth, too, in a Roethlisberger jersey. He pointed to himself. I pointed to him.
It's like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah,
Everyone's pointing at him.
We locked eyes, and we knew, I made it clear what was happening there.
I got a text from Brian Kenny. He said he saw you for the first time in
Love
years.
Brian Kenny. We're cutting I'm walking back here after my gig because I parked here at work. And I'm walking back, and I'm cutting on the far side of Public Square from here. So like Rockwell Avenue or whatever. I cut down 3rd, and then Rockwell, and I'm cutting through. And there's just one dude on the street next to a Lime scooter trying to fire it up. And I think he goes, hey. And I turn around, and it's Kenny.
Yeah.
I go, hey, man. I didn't see. It was nice to see him. I haven't seen him in a long time. I saw Mike Polk last night. I saw a couple of people that I haven't seen in a while. And it was nice to see him. They're working stiffs,
Yeah. I mean, Brian works for Barstool Cleveland.
He does Barstool stuff, yep.
And,
and he's Ken O.
Yeah,
Is he
he's
still
Ken O.
Ken O?
He's still Ken O.
Yeah, for the Ohio Lottery.
And Brian said that shortly after he saw you, he did get that scooter to work.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened to him?
Did he fall?
He fell. He said that he hit something and...
See, they're death traps. I don't mess with those things.
Is he hurt? Is he okay?
He said he messed himself up pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
I would not ride one.
He flipped it face first into the concrete like 5 minutes later.
I would not ride one. There's so much construction downtown. I would not ride. I wouldn't ride one at night. I mean, the sun's down. It's getting late in the year, right? So my gig was done at 7:45. So I get out of there around 8. I'm walking back. It's about a 15-minute walk. So we're talking 8:15, 8:20. He and I stood there and shot the shrimp for 5-10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sucks.
No way, man. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like
I want to do one of those, but it's like I would not do it after dark.
I didn't even know they worked after dark.
There's too much chopped up. I mean, right here on Euclid Avenue. Oh, my God. Right here on Euclid Avenue. Just walk down the regular sidewalk, and there's like these dips and divots. And I go, what is going on here?
There's this spot on Lake Avenue that I have to constantly remind myself because that's on my way to work, and they repaved like in Lake.
Oh, you come in along the lake.
And it's smooth. Like it used to be like a pothole nightmare, but now it's nice and smooth. But there's one part where there's this divot, and if you go through it fast, you like and like launch yourself.
Duke's a hazard.
And I have to like they have an orange spray paint around it so that people know, hey, there's like a little dip here. But it's so scary when you do that because you're just like, oh no. I think I'm going to have to go to Terry's. North Coast Auto. Oh, my God.
When you've lost Poundcake, you've lost everyone.
No,
he was your last booster.
No,
you can dig the plug.
So congratulations to the Browns. Al Michaels, by the way, also noting that in 53 years, the Steelers have had 3 head coaches, and the Browns have had 21 in that same time frame. When I moved to Pittsburgh, it was Bill Cowher.
My dad's had one wife. I've had one wife and a bunch of girlfriends. Who's cooler?
I guess you are.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Chuck Noll for 2 decades before him, and Mike Tomlin got there the same year I left. But, I mean, when I first came to
that's
to
unheard
Cleveland,
of, though.
Oh, yes, that is true. Those are
sports,
2 extremes.
Those are very – I mean, you even look at a franchise like the Cowboys or Green Bay, they still have had more turnover than that. That is insane to only have had 3 coaches. Even the Patriots, who have had Bill Belichick for over 20 years now, probably have had at least 6 or 7 coaches in their existence.
Since I've been in Cleveland, it's been Eric Mangini was the coach of the Browns when I came to Cleveland. And then do you remember who was after Eric Mangini?
Eric Mangini, and then was it
1 season?
1 season.
I mean, basically all these guys were doing
Jasinski?
1 season. Pat Shermer.
Oh, Shermer.
Remember the Shermer administration? And then Rob
Ford? I can't remember.
For a hot minute, the former mayor of Toronto was Rob Chizinski. They called him Chud.
Okay, so
Yep.
I forgot his first name. I did just say Chudzinski.
And then?
And then it was the Soda Popinski looking guy, right?
What?
The bald guy with
Mike Pettin.
Yeah, Mike Pettin.
He was on a flight I was on one time, I
Right.
think, and he was sitting there with, I assume, his wife, who was really hot.
He was on a flight when we were coming back from Arizona.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's with the Vikings now or something. I mean, Chudzinski is with Boston College. Who was after Mike Pettin?
After Mike Pettin.
Guy did nothing that season.
Didn't already go to Hugh, did it?
Hugh Jackson.
Oh, Hugh? Okay.
Yep. He's now
Hugh, then
the
Freddie Kitchens.
He's the
and,
head coach at Grambling State University, which is in Louisiana. A guy named Greg Williams. I think that's when they booted Hugh Jackson.
He was the intern.
There you go.
Like the interim head coach. And then it was Freddie Kitchens for a year.
Freddie Kitchens, right. He's at South Carolina now. And, of course, Kevin Stefanski. Did you know Kevin Stefanski's dad was an NBA player?
Yes, Larry Bird.
From French Lick, Indiana, is Kevin
I didn't know
Stefanski's.
that.
Yeah, his dad played for the Sixers, I think. So anyway, Kevin Stefanski is the first Browns coach since Bill Belichick to beat the Steelers 3 times. And, of course, by all accounts, from what I've heard anecdotally, both at Casa Cox and outside, he's a full-on zaddy.
Oh, did you see the
I don't even understand.
the daddy shirts all over the place?
For Kevin Stefanski? Yeah, I mean, that's got to make you feel good. But, I mean, when you're following up Mike Pettin and Freddie Kitchens, you know, we're all going to look good.
I mean, even Chud and Eric Mangini, he's the first good. I think Pat Shurmur is probably the closest to somebody that's good because he was at least in shape. But like Mangini, Chud, Pettin wasn't in bad shape. He just was frumpy.
It's just nice.
And then, Freddie Kitchens was a mess. I loved him.
I mean, he looks. I'm looking at pictures from when he actually played. He looks hotter now than he did then. Like back then, he just looked like a guy that plays football. This dude looks like I'm older, but my wife still wants to bang me all the time, so I have to keep myself together. This is what I'm getting from this guy.
What you gotta do is get one of them wives that just wants to bang you even if you don't look that good.
Yeah, that's right.
So you don't have to keep yourself together.
So then you just do what you want.
No, this guy looks like, listen, my wife's a bombshell, and she wants to bang me all the time, and she'll leave me and take half my stuff. That's literally what he looks like now. He's a knockout, so good for him.
They also announced that Apple Music is the new Super Bowl halftime show sponsor, taking over from Pepsi, which is a long-time halftime show sponsor. It's now going to be Apple Music. Super Bowl 57 is going to be at wherever the Arizona Cardinals play. That's going to be on February the 12th. Of course, looking ahead, I can only assume it'll be Browns-Bears. I think you know where our respective loyalties lie. But that should be an boy. You thought the halftime shows were bad before. Wait till Apple Music gets there and it just books their highest streamers for the halftime show.
It's just you two every year.
It's going to be Steve Lacy.
It just shows up.
It's going to be Steve Lacy and Rod Wave up there. You're going to have anybody over 25 is going to have no clue who they're looking at.
There was a story that came out today that it might be done by Taylor Swift this coming Super Bowl.
Well, I think there are Taylor Swift fans who think that this Apple Music thing is going to pave the way for her to do that. But, I mean, there's no reason she shouldn't.
I was going to say, I mean, out of all the stars that we've had, like
I like the Katy Perry.
But I'm trying to think back, like the Black Eyed Peas, that didn't need to happen. The Maroon 5 didn't need to happen.
Ouch. That didn't need to happen.
I'm just saying, it did. There were so many people.
What a great way to dismiss someone.
Right.
Well, that didn't need to happen.
Why are you here?
You didn't need to be there.
I'm just saying, there is a whole line of people that I thought would be in line to do that versus them. Like, I didn't think that they would be on the Super Bowl halftime list. I think
maybe she's not interested in doing it.
I think there's a thing where they said no, and then they go down a list of people because they have been begging Rihanna for years to do it, and she's like, she don't need to.
Well, maybe she'll pond a replay and show up there in February.
Also, Coldplay didn't need to happen either.
Coldplay never needs to happen, although apparently they're still wildly popular, so it shows you what I know.
My buddy loves them so much, and he's always trying to get me to go to shows.
Why are you hanging out with a 12-year-old?
Well, he's actually a 36-year-old Indian guy.
Oh,
and he
36-year-old Indian guy.
He's actually, I don't think he's actually that old. He just looks older than he looks.
Yeah.
But he loves Coldplay. He just loves them.
All right.
And I'm just like, not into it, man.
It's like, I love colonizer music.
Yeah.
I like 2 songs by them. That was the Viva La Vida song, and then they have a song with Rihanna, and that's the only one I like. It's
No,
called
listen, they've
Princess
got
of
it. They've
Japan
got
or
a
something.
bunch of songs that are pretty good songs. Speed of Sound is a great song. Yellow is a great song. That's kind of when everybody took notice of them. But they're just,
That one that goes, yellow,
yellow,
yellow.
yellow.
Can we please call you bird? And
I
go?
think I just
So
didn't.
that's you too.
I just
I really
didn't.
thought that was.
I just didn't realize they were still such a big deal.
Oh, they're huge. They just did 2 shows at Soldier Field.
I know they did.
I would
Sold them. Well, we had friends that went, and they just wouldn't stop glowing about the show.
Whatever happened to Muse? Is Muse
They're
still
around.
They're out there.
Yeah.
I'd rather listen to Muse than some Coldplay.
Yep. Muse is kind of like 21st century Queen.
The Poundcake's music knowledge always blows my mind.
I know.
The fact that he all of a sudden just throws out Muse and then can sing a song.
That was my. You're forgetting that was top 40, and I used to do top 40 radio in college, and that was on the exact time. I was like,
Yeah, but
what
I never
is this?
knew that Muse was top 40. I just knew
It was
Muse because it was just very popular alt rock when I was in my early 20s.
And on Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
And all
They
that
had
stuff.
that song, and then they had that song. They will not
Yeah.
talk. I forget what song that was, but that
Uprising.
was Uprising. Yep, that was it, and that was a crossover.
It was
hit.
getting used in TV shows and things. Maybe they should get Poundcake music to be the halftime sponsor.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Muse halftime show.
Sure.
They would never get picked. They're not big enough, but Muse would be a lot of fun.
I'm going to take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch the show if you want. And you can listen to us anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When you turn out the lights, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you smoke on the house, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween.
Maybe this will become a new Halloween classic. Have you heard the new Muse record, Poundcake? This is new Muse.
I love this.
They dropped an album
It does
a
sound
couple of
spooky.
weeks ago. It's called Will of the People.
no
I think we're playing, MMS is playing the new song from it.
Werewolf Bar Mitzvah.
Werewolf Bar Mitzvah.
He's scary.
Boys becoming men, men becoming wolves.
They know a good hook.
Yeah, it's kind of silly, but I like Muse. But the new album is out now. I think the song MMS plays is called Won't Stand Down. But I like those guys.
Is that just basically a Tom Petty song? But they just changed the words a little bit.
That's right.
No, I
Well,
won't
he's not alive to
stand
complain.
down.
Guardians will play tonight after sweeping the Chicago White Sox. I don't know if you saw that video of Tobias Forge. We mentioned yesterday that the frontman for Ghost.
Yeah, I
who
did
were in
see it.
Youngstown the other night. He walked out in a full White Sox uniform and his face painted the traditional black and white that he does. I thought he was going to come out there like fully dressed up as Papa Emeritus, but he did not. But it was funny. It was good.
It was good, yeah.
Kind of a weird throw, but he got it across.
Swedish or whatever.
When it comes to, what's that?
He doesn't throw baseballs.
Don't Swedish people play baseballs?
I
Play
don't think
baseball?
so. Play baseballs?
Play with baseballs?
I don't think they do.
Really? There's no what are they busy playing hockey?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's hockey, maybe football, like European style soccer. A lot of soccer there.
Elitserien is the highest level of professional baseball in Sweden. And they compete in the biannual European Baseball Championship. Oh, yeah, the EBC, of course.
Oh, yeah.
There are a number of teams in Swedish baseball. But again, it's based on relegation, so you have to kick ass to stay in it.
That's what they need to bring to American sports. I love relegation.
Yeah.
I think that makes it so much more interesting.
So here are your teams in Swedish baseball. There's the Sundsvall Mosquitoes, the Leksand Lumberjacks, the Rättvik Butchers. That's just the northern division. In the southern division, you've got the Stockholm Monarchs, the Karlskoga Bats, the Sundbyberg Heat, and the Salvisberg Firehawks. So there you go. There's guys playing for the Bats. Tonight, Bats Lumberjacks on your home for Swedish Elitserien professional baseball. 100.7 Dibbeljammermers. We should run those games. Why not? You can leave us messages anytime you like. That Alan Cox Show After Hours line is always available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, this is Sean, a podcast listener. You guys were talking about Shudder the other day, and I would strongly recommend you watch, it's called Blood Machines. It's not a horror movie, and it's not really a movie. For some reason, it's split into 3 parts, but it's like an hour long if you watch the whole thing. But it has the coolest effects, some of the best music I've ever heard in my life. It is an awesome experience. Granted, the movie doesn't make much sense. I was also really high, so maybe it does make sense if you watch it with a clear head, but it's still awesome. Love you.
You ever see Blood Machines?
No.
It's great. There's a band called Carpenter Brute that I think is real good. And I think the movie is mostly theirs. I think it started as a video for them, and they expanded it into a... And so it's really, as Sean says, it's really all over the place. We were talking about, for people who watch a lot of horror movies on the Shudder app, Blood Machines is over there. And it's a fun watch. It is Blood Machines is kind of a misleading name for it because it is mostly a sci-fi movie, and I think it's largely Swedish. But it's a lot of fun. if you're just kind of looking for an acid trip with some nudity and some cool spaceships and,
I do like nudity.
I know you do.
Big fan.
That's
of
why
the
I mention it
nudity.
here. Yeah. So Blood Machines is a good one. Yeah, a lot of there's not only some boobs, but also a lot of sheer tops. Not to get too creepy about it, but sometimes you can leave something to the imagination, and that's just as good. There's nothing wrong with sheer tops. Sheer mag is better, but sheer tops are okay. By the way, I heard from Rob, who is one of our bureau chiefs in Erie, Pennsylvania. I was just sending out a batch of Alan Cox Show stickers this morning, and Rob was one of the people that I sent them to. And you can always email me for stickers. It's kind of feast or famine. I will get nonstop requests for them, and then that will slow to a trickle, and then it'll start all over again. So Rob in Erie, Pennsylvania listens on the iHeartRadio app. That's how he enjoys the show. Well, that's how he hears the show. I can't presume he enjoys it, but that's how he hears the show. That's how he gets the sound to come out and into his ear holes up in Erie, Pennsylvania. Kristen's one of our bureau chiefs in San Antonio.
I'm going to be in Erie in October 21st.
What's going on up there?
I'm doing a comedy show up there. I don't know.
Is that it? What's the club in Erie, or is that a?
It's a performing arts collective alliance called Randy Bill Duck.
Pardon me, a performing arts collective.
It's in sort of
Will you be part
PACA,
of?
whatever PACA is.
Will you be part of the collective?
For that night, maybe. I think it's just a regular stand-up show, but it's at
the Performing Arts Collective Alliance.
Yeah.
Is that one of those buildings where it's artists live there too?
Sure hope not, but I think it might be.
Because a lot of those places, they don't have so many of them anymore. Back in the day, like the early 90s, I remember I had friends that were legit starving artists. And so you'd have these people that would rent, and it wasn't fully above board or legal, but you'd have people that would rent warehouse space that was zoned for commercial, but they would let people live there. With the thought being you can use it as your studio and live there,
Mm-hmm.
You might get electrocuted plugging something in, but it cost you $50 a month. And there was
all the electrocution you can handle.
Well, kind of. There was no heat, so you had to make sure that you were taken care of that way, I think that a lot of those places are they've probably been gentrified out of existence, or at least zoned away. But you can see Bill Squire if you are one of our bureau chiefs up 90. They're in Erie, Pennsylvania. Our own Dan Kensinger here in the sales department is a son of Erie, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So what date is that? When are you going to be up there?
October 21st.
All right. That's a Friday night.
Yes.
All right.
Friday night.
Will you be off that day?
No, because it's Erie. It's not that far.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I
didn't know.
See,
what kind of
when I got a
schedule
show
you're looking
like that, I say, I work radio first.
Yeah.
So when you guys want to start the show at 6 p.m., no, we're not doing a 6 p.m. comedy show.
Right.
We're going to start that show at 8:30, and I'll be there at 8:45.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk on stage. I'm going to drop my truth bombs, and then I'm going to sell some posters, and then I'm going to drive home.
My truth bombs.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I don't like calling them jokes anymore. They're bombs of truth. That's what the people want. They don't want to go and laugh. They want to go and think about things and hear it like it is. That's right. They don't want to just sit there and laugh. They want someone to get out there and right the wrongs of the world.
That's what they want the show to go and not worry about their troubles. They want to go and let go of their worries.
I'm telling them that their troubles are right there. Look at them in the eyes, so stop being scared of them and fight them.
Wow.
Fight your troubles. Truth bombs.
Comedians are our new philosophers, man.
Yeah. Here's a truth bomb for you. I spit in all my cleaning products because I want to be part of the solution. Truth bomb.
Truth bomb. All right. Part of the solution. Oh.
Get it?
I think I do get it, yes, in the Ozzy Osbourne sense. He got sued, of course, over Suicide Solution many, many years ago because some kid killed himself, and Ozzy had to say, no, it's a song about alcohol. I'm using solution in the liquid sense.
You can get sued for that.
Back in the day, people were constantly getting sued for rock lyrics. Judas Priest was getting sued. These were big cases. Like, that's where Tipper Gore and the PMRC came from. That's when they wanted to label albums, because Judas Priest was getting hauled into court because some dope killed himself. And then Ozzy, some kid listened to Ozzy. Nobody ever thought, because these parents didn't want to deal with the fact that they were probably awful parents. So they're like, it must have been the rock music that was making him do it. And so, bands were constantly getting hauled into court and getting sued over lyrics.
What they should be doing is suing the bands that their kids don't listen to, that they can't get away from. All the radio stuff that they're like, well, we're suing Nickelback because they keep playing it. My son hated it so much, he took his own life.
Well, I was thinking
That's right. The United States of America versus the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Do you remember that summer where they just played Happy again and again and again? Well, that ended up
making me sad.
Putting my son in a place where he had to kill himself. He had to, just because he heard that song so much, because you guys can't imagine putting variety on your stations.
It ended up making him sad.
I was trying to think of like the modern day equivalent to that lawsuit, and then I thought about Netflix. Netflix got sued because someone got pregnant because of Netflix and chill. A mom
But
sued.
that's ridiculous. That's such a frivolous lawsuit. I can't believe people even take the time to file those kinds of lawsuits, you know.
It was her 15-year-old daughter, and she was Netflix and chilling, and her mom sued.
I mean, if I want to see Miranda Cosgrove, I'll watch old episodes of iCarly. I don't need to see a Pharrell video, thank you very much. I will say, though, and that song got massive because it was in one of those Minions movies, but it is a good song. That song is catchy as balls.
Oh, it's very,
Yeah.
Him and his Arby's hat.
Hey, he can pull it off, man.
Wait, listen to
Not
that.
everybody can pull off the Arby's hat, but he makes it happen.
We were driving home from a really long vacation. We drove from Myrtle Beach to Cleveland, and the entire time...
Is that when you discovered Cleveland?
No. I'm sorry. We were driving back from Myrtle Beach to Wellington, and that was the summer of the OMG Usher.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was on every 15 minutes, and we would cross, like, another, like, radio territory. Like, we'd get into another frequency. And we're like, all right, let's turn to the pop station. And it was on. We're like, damn it. No variety. And my mom, she's like, I'm going to murder everybody in this car. She's like, I want him to drive off of a guardrail if I hear that Usher OMG one more time. And still to this day, I can't listen to it because it's, like, I heard it enough times. I heard it probably 200 times in that 9, 10, 12-hour drive. I don't know how far it is from Myrtle Beach, but it was a long time.
I remember about 20 years ago, I had a wedding in Atlanta, and I'm in the rental car, and Atlanta traffic, if you've never been, is mind-numbing. It will make you want to end your own life because there's no beltway in Atlanta.
Ooh,
so it's like
Atlanta about to get sued.
It's
my son killed himself because he had to sit in traffic
Sat
for
in
7
traffic,
hours.
right, in a Prius. And so you're listening to the radio. This was, I'm in a rental car. And Sean Paul's "Gimme the Light" was a big song at the time.
Oh, I love
Remember
that song.
Sean Paul, yeah, Pasadro, Bagalamo. You know, you're just making words up. You know, I'm going to buckle my hoe and the whole bit. It was on every 6, because also, spoiler, most of the radio stations in Atlanta are playing that kind of music. So you're punching around, look, every station's playing Sean Paul, "Give Me the Light." It's like I was in LA years ago, and every radio station was playing that goddamn Hosier song. Remember Hosier? Take Me to Church?
Wasn't it?
Only song the guy ever had, and that song was on every 5 minutes.
And then they tried to remix it and make it to Cleveland because that was the year we won.
I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying
remixed
that
it.
song was massive at the time. And so some songs, oof. Because you're in a rental car, you ain't got no CDs, you know. This is pre-streaming. I couldn't plug my phone into anything.
And it didn't even make any sense.
Give Me the Light and Pasadro?
No, I'm talking about
Bacalamo.
Take Me to Church.
Oh, Take Me to Church.
Was over it.
What's the matter with Take Me to Church?
It just, what was he referencing? Take me to church for what? Why does he want to go to church?
It's an allegory. He's worshiping this woman. So take me to church, baby.
Yeah, it's more like take me to church. Like
Right, you should know this.
Okay.
Take me to church. Didn't you notice that guy was always dressed in church clothes? He always had big old floppy hat on.
No, he just looked ridiculous.
Well, who knew? See, Poundcake just hates the Irish. That's why.
Don't say that. Conor McGregor, because
Conor McGregor.
I have nothing against Irish.
All right.
I went by Cody Gallagher for like a couple weeks.
Pardon me.
What?
He was black Irish.
It's
Cody Gallagher on WZIP. How are you? Come grab me, top of the morning, grab me, shillelagh.
You know, nothing against Irish.
Reach down, kiss me, blarney stones. All right, well, very exciting.
I was going through a phase. I was trying stuff out.
I
that
understand.
Was the time to try out a name.
I understand. I used Alan Slade for 2 weeks.
Slade, I still love that.
Alan Slade.
Still trying to get Bam Bam to catch on.
Listen, if you want me to start referencing you as Bill Bam Bam Squire, I'll be happy to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Billy Bam Bam Squire.
Thank you for listening today. Please say hello to Bill Bam Bam Squire,
Bill
who's
Bam
over
Bam.
here. Yep. Who is going to be in Erie, Pennsylvania, end of October.
Eventually.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been a dream of mine to go back to Erie.
Yeah.
It's
been too long, hasn't it?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been probably 10 years.
Is Rocket 101 still a radio station up there? I had a buddy that used to work for Rocket 101.
I don't really know the radio station.
Erie, Pennsylvania. You haven't memorized them? Aren't you going to do any press ahead of time? Not going to do any call-ins on Beaver and the Kid or anything like that? Whatever shows they have up there?
Yeah, Beaver and the Kid and I are... I'm okay with the Beaver, but the Kid is not happy with me.
Yeah, I understand.
We be feuding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I took him to church.
Church. It's some professional acrimony that's going on there. Yeah. Well, maybe that's all that it needs then. Maybe Poundcake just needs... I mean, he's trying to rebrand. Maybe he just needs something different to happen. Take himself to church.
Is your mom coming to see my show tomorrow?
I'm gonna call her and tell her because I'm gonna be the one to buy the tickets. And I'm probably gonna be the one to take her.
You're gonna tell your mom to see Bill?
I have to see if she's off. I was trying to call her all weekend.
Oh, tomorrow night's the Lorraine show?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't have to buy a ticket.
I didn't even realize that this
but
was.
She doesn't.
I'm going to buy a ticket for her.
I didn't realize it was. I didn't realize it was a possibility that your mom was going to go to Bill's show.
I didn't check to see if she was off, but
because his mom's not a priority to him. He likes to whine to her and all that stuff, but when it comes to what she wants to do in her life with in regards to entertainment, always an afterthought.
She wants to come and support Bill, and I'm just like, I don't know, Mom. I don't know if that's okay with me.
Just give me your number. I'll take care of her.
In Poundcake's defense, his mom kind of did pull a bait and switch on him in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm good for the entire
He's like,
life.
what's this Jabberwockies nonsense all of a sudden?
I was excited to see Derek Huff.
Well, sure. He's going to be shirtless.
I don't know. I didn't see the show. I'm assuming he is, but I don't know for sure. But that's the only time I've ever seen
Yeah, if you look like that, why would you have a shirt on?
Well, I think he knows his audience because his audience is housewives and gay men. I didn't even know he had a residency. I said, there's no way in hell. Him touring is one thing. But I was like, do they just give a residency to anyone in Vegas? Because he was
They got a lot of rooms to fill up in Vegas.
But he was a guy that was on a show. He was not even the guy on the show. And then all of a sudden, he has a Las Vegas residency. I'm like, wow. And my mom was like, so can we go? I'm like, well, I guess I kind of owe you one. And then she didn't even want to go. So she really did pull the bait and switch. We had the plane tickets secured. Hotel room secured. Day events secured. And then she's like, I'm not too sure about Derek Huff. What you mean you're not sure about Derek Huff?
Mom, nobody wants to see Derek Huff. We'll get the tickets.
Mom. Now we have to go see Bill Squire. I'll get the tickets.
You mean Bam Bam Bill Squire?
Oh, my bad.
Is it going to be Bill Bam Bam Squire or Bam Bam Bill Squire?
I like Bill Bam Bam Squire.
Bill Bam Bam Squire. Triple B
I don't know.
Squire.
What do you think?
Triple BS.
What do you think?
It's up to you.
Bam Bam Bill
I
Squire.
reflexively
what?
said Bill Bam Bam Squire. But
I think now I like it better. Bam Bam,
Bam
Bill
Bam
Squire.
Bill Squire.
I think that Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Sure. Like the Pat Travers band.
I feel like I got to start doing
boom, boom, out go the
an
lights.
air shift if I'm going by Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Yeah,
You're
do
listening
some
to
weekends here.
Yeah.
Take some of that load off Corey Roddick. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, I'll have Bloodview Haunted House passes for you. Those are good weekends through Halloween, so we'll get you over there in a bit. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app
stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
I own a couple of passes for Bloodview Haunted House. They've been doing it for about 40 years now, right around Halloween time. It's weekends through Halloween out in Broadview Heights. Haunted house, terrifying dark experience, all of it. Bloodview.org if you want to check it out first. A couple of passes here for you now. Caller 10, 2 for Bloodview Haunted House. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored.
People are texting me and saying, I don't know why, but Bam Bam Bill Squire works as opposed to Bill Bam Bam Squire. So it might be Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Get it in your head. Watch the special on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. And then kiss my grits. Because I tell... I don't tell jokes. I drop truth bombs.
That's right.
And yeah, say tough things like kiss my grits.
Kiss my grits. Here, I'll set you up for a truth bomb.
Click, click, boom! I'm coming down on the stereo. Hit me on the radio. Click, click, boom!
You want a little truth bomb? Games that take so long to learn, video games that are so hard to learn, aren't fun. Stop making games that are so immersive. I just want to start shooting things.
Yesterday, you were extolling the virtues of how you want to live in the metaverse.
Yeah, but I don't want to learn things.
I just want to exist there.
I just want to be there and know how to do everything already.
There are no schools in the metaverse.
Skulk around. My girlfriend loves this Walking Dead game, and I like the part where you get to kill the zombies. That's all I want to do. I don't want to sneak around and pick up garbage. Be like, oh, this could be a knife. No, I just want to kill the zombies. I want to mow them down.
You're picking up
I want to
PowerPoints.
stab them, slice them. That's how I want to kill zombies. I don't want to just be like, oh, sneaky mode.
Oh, this might be a note I can use.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a truth bomb?
That is a truth bomb.
All right.
I was talking with my buddy, and he's we grew up together, and we're just talking about how old we are when it comes to video games now because they are so complicated. You have to have all these maps and different ways. Like, everything is just so in-depth, and all I want to do is just start playing the game and know how to play it. Mario. When you play Mario on NES, you just start going, and you figure it out pretty quick, and it's fun.
And because kids have more time, it's always been a little bit of a dodge if you play live video games on Xbox Live or something, because there's invariably, it's a cliche at this point. There's going to be some 10-year-old calling you the N-word. You know, kids have all day long to play these games.
Right.
They don't have jobs. And kids that love playing these games all day long aren't really that into school either. So they got nothing but time to practice.
Well,
so, of course, you're going to stink at these games. I remember when my son was younger.
And I don't want to spend, if I'm playing video games, I'll probably play video games for a half an hour, maybe an hour. I don't want to spend an hour trying to figure out how to play the game. That's why I like Beat Saber, because all you do is you slice the box in the direction that it's telling you to go.
Yeah!
You turn on a song.
Just like
you
college.
Just start, jump. That's right.
Slice a box, baby.
Slicing the boxes.
I remember when my son was 11 or 12 and Fallout New Vegas was brand new.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like destroying in this game. And it looks so, maybe as a newcomer it looked complicated, but like you said, there was so much running around and looking in shacks and figuring out what's what. I'm like, when do you get to like waste some zombies or something? I don't know,
that's
man.
What I want to do. I like games where you just. I'm a run and gunner, is what my girlfriend called me.
Mm-hmm.
You just like to run and gun. I'm like, yeah, because that's why you go to video games. You don't go to, and she likes sneaking around and collecting things. And
if I want to solve puzzles, I'll play Myst.
Right. want to do that.
Huh.
I just want to slice things and shoot things and dance like it's, especially in the 3D world. I especially don't want to have to skulk around and be quiet. It's weird.
I remember way back in the day when like Xbox was brand new. I mean, I remember playing Doom on N64 too, when I didn't have kids. And when Xbox was brand new and all that. It was fun to play games, but I had a little bit more time to do it.
Right.
Now I'm kind of like, even if I had that time, because every couple of years I go, you know what? I'm going to get the whole rig. I don't have much time at all to use it. But when I do, those little flashes of time, it would be fun to play something. Except then you use all your time learning how to play it.
Or updating it.
Yeah.
You go,
come on.
You have to like set an alarm. You go, okay, I'm going to play video games tonight, so I have to turn on my Xbox this morning so all the updates will be done.
Download the thing.
So that I can actually play tonight.
Yeah. Because I was a sucker for a while for those Star Wars games. I was like, I understand the characters. I understand the backstory. Like I know I'm kind of I'm not going in cold with Star Wars games. And so they'd have like, Knights of the New Empire or something. They would have cool games.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I'll get into this. And when my son was a little bit younger, I was like, oh, we'll play together. I'll be here. We'll play online together. We did it a couple of times because I was like, I'm so behind the 8 ball on this thing. And I'm sure I'm boring him trying to catch up because kids just get in there and like zip, zap, zoop.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, man, that's not.
They know exactly what's going on.
This is not fun for either one of us. Alan Todd Bridges just got married, and I didn't even know that he was still alive.
Oh, yeah, he's out there. This is like his second or third wife?
I don't know. He married a woman named Betty Jo. One word. White girl. And, yeah, I mean, it's Betty Jo and Todd. Good for them. Yeah, she seems nice. Looks like a civilian. He's stepdad to her 4 kids. She comes from a big Mormon family.
Oh.
They met on a dating app and got engaged 6 months later.
That's how the Mormons do it. They work fast.
He's got 2 grown kids. She's got 4 kids. He and his other wife split they were married for 14 years, but they split about 10 years ago.
What you talking about, Russell M. Nelson?
What?
That's a deep dive for you.
Russell M. Nelson.
He's the prophet of the Mormon church. The
Oh.
president. Yeah.
All right. Alan, you guys don't like open world games. No, I'm not looking to run around and maybe run into something.
Yeah,
No.
and I know why people like.
I understand. I do too. I get why that's fun, but
I'm so far removed from gaming that it would take years for me to get back into it, and I just don't have the time or patience. I'm not gonna say I don't have the time. I don't have the patience to learn how to. That's why I like putting on the headset and starting, and I slice some boxes.
man, I love these stories about how Vladimir Putin, former friends, keep falling out of windows. This is such a great. There's such a great consistency to this.
What I don't
Because under
understand-
normal circumstances, if you were prone to killing either your ex-allies who turned against you, because more and more of them are turning against him because of this whole mess in Ukraine, more and more of his former allies are turning against him, not to mention people who were already in opposition to him who meet their demise, but they're all in the same way. It's like whoever he sends after these people only know how to do one thing, and that's push people in the back. Like you'd think that
if
he
it
had,
works, don't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
it sounds like you kind of envision there might be like this high-tech way of doing it or something. Like one guy was shot from across the street. Another guy had his drink poisoned. They all just fall out of windows. Or the guy that used to run the Moscow Aviation Institute is the latest. They said that he fell to his death from a great height.
New creative ways. They don't think anything.
Another guy fell down the steps.
What is Eric Clapton's relation to Vladimir Putin?
I don't know if he has one.
Okay.
Why?
What I find
Tears in heaven? Is that you think that Eric Clapton's son was a ex-Putin ally who turned against him?
I think
Wild, he's a double agent.
I think that's like something that Eric Clapton probably has a ton of guilt about, And so he just reenacting it with these people is like a way to cope. And
Oh, I see. He's a copycat killer.
Vladimir Putin.
Right. I hope Steven Seagal is. I hope Trump's team, by the way, is keeping him away from windows. Because if he ends up on a sidewalk 4 stories below, that's how you'll know he finally outlived his usefulness to Putin.
That'd be nuts.
Vladimir Putin.
Right. Steven Seagal, you said
Just somebody being that strong.
Vladimir Putin.
Trump's a big dude.
to be able to push him out a window. Yeah, all these people end up dying. They fell. I mean, have you ever in real life heard? Just think of all the stories we see every single day of people being killed, right? Car crashes, hit and run, drunk driving, murder, what you never hear he fell out a window. And yet this is what happens all the time. No wonder Russia's losing the war. Russians are so clumsy. They're constantly falling out of windows, falling off of buildings.
I feel like if you just keep the windows closed,
I guess
it should be okay. And
I guess
also,
it's an inexpensive way to do it. You don't have to pay for ammo or poison, or you just push them out a window.
You just got to have your meeting. You're like, hey, can we meet up in like hotel lobby? Like, nah.
But the great
I got
thing,
a room.
But the great thing is, all the stories are reported as though, oh my goodness, another accident. Like I don't know if you can see a straight face in words, but all these articles are written with a fully straight face. So, oh gosh, another prominent Russian.
You're never
fell,
gonna believe this.
had an accident. Took the Putin plunge. They need to rebrand this.
What I don't understand is, well, actually, what I find fascinating is Vladimir Putin has an ex-wife.
You mean
Vladimir Putin?
Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin
has an ex-wife, and not only does he have an ex-wife, but that ex-wife remarried. So imagine you're marrying.
But he's not married now, right? He's got like a hot girlfriend or something. Because I think his ex-wife looked like Khrushchev or something. Like she looked like an old Russian woman.
Still, like, I wonder how that divorce went. Like, it probably wasn't messy. He was like, "You get what I give you, bitch."
Yeah. You want to get pushed out a window?
That's what I'm saying. And then like, imagine
Ludmilla.
Like I imagine if you,
I'll give you my penthouse suite.
I
Vladimir
imagine
Putin.
I imagine if you're Putin's ex, like you live a life of solitude, like you're never seen again.
Well, no, you just stay out of his way. Just stay out of his way.
And she has a husband. Like, listen, my husband is kind of powerful.
Vladimir Putin.
Just don't ruffle his feathers, okay?
Like, imagine dating her.
That's what I'm saying.
How was your last? I mean, if she was, people would know who she was. But imagine they didn't, and she meets a guy in an app, and
an app.
You know what I mean? Like whatever they have, I'm sure they. It's not like we're the only ones with dating apps. And so she meets him on an app, and they're having borscht or whatever. They're having a date. And he's like, "What was your last relationship like?" She's like, "Well, it was okay. We were married for." I don't really want to talk about it, just because under pain of death, I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, we were married for about 15 years, and yada yada yada. A lot of people fell out of windows, and it was a whole thing. But I'm pretty set. I will be the breadwinner in our relationship. Literally, I will have to go stand in line for bread. And, maybe we can make this work. Like, if you're divorced but you have kids, and at some point you meet the new boyfriend or girlfriend, you meet the new boyfriend, and it's Vladimir Putin's ex-wife. He's like, "Hey, just take care of her, all right?" He's like, "You mean take care of her?" No. You take care of her.
Take care of her. Take care of her.
I'll take care of her if things get out of. Keep her away from the windows. But I love all these stories because there's no creativity to it. That's an encapsulation of. That's what I'm saying. That's an encapsulation of like that mindset, that Putin kind of mindset. There's no creativity to it. It's just, this is what needs to get done. Push that guy out a window. How do you want me to do it? Do you want me to call some guys? No, just get one guy and push him out a window.
It's easy.
Back in the day, you heard all these stories of like spycraft and that somebody would be poisoned, or they would eat some food and they would fall over dead. And it was very dramatic. And now they're just kind of like, I got other things to do, man. I got this whole Ukraine thing going on. Just push him out a window. Just figure it out. Do I have to do everything around here? Everything? There's a new Reebok shoe. I know you're a sneakerhead. Are you going to buy the new Reebok shoe?
Oh, what is it?
Well, there are some people on Facebook who say that it's a sign of the devil. So, but
I'm interested.
the brand new Reebok shoe is called the Reebok X Maison something. That's house in French. I don't know what the whole thing is, but they have a split toe, which is not a look I'm into, unless you're cosplaying as a ninja. But it has like the cleft down the middle, so it looks like a hoof. And of course, there are Facebook groups who say that it's, of course, Reebok is trying to pander to Satanists because
gotta pander to somebody.
You really do have to. I mean, they come in red, they come in white. Yeah, they say that they look too much like goat feet. I don't care for the. I don't like the way they look. But it's a trademark of the guy that designed them.
Ninja Turtle's foot.
Right. Yeah. So the same guy that made these Reeboks, this is a new line for this designer, John Galliano, and he did them a few years ago, and they also had the split toe. It's not the first time anybody's seen this. But, of course, because we're surrounded by dimwits, somebody got online on Facebook and said that, of course, they're trying to pander to Satanists and other people who are into that sort of thing.
You find that niche market, and you can move a lot of.
And what's the matter with Satanists, by the way? I mean,
need
they're
shoes too.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Tardy Satan.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on, Satan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You were just.
What the hell's going on around here? Oh my God!
Just growing pains in the new studio.
Telecommunications from hell.
Yeah, but that shouldn't affect me. I'm coming from the netherworld. Shouldn't affect me at all.
It all affects you. That's how deep these things run.
Good pun.
Anyway, do you got anything to do with these new shoes?
Is this Bam Bam?
Yeah, Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Hey, Bam Bam Bill, I heard about you.
Yeah.
What's going on? No, listen, I got nothing to do with these shoes, just FYI.
What shoes do you have something to do with?
Well, the shoes that I have, they're made to jam up somebody's cornhole. It's really a form of torture.
It's common. Oh, that sounds uncomfortable.
Oh, it's supposed to be. That's what they're called. It's called poop shoe. Poop shoe is what it's called, yeah. But no, I have nothing to do with these particular shoes.
Well, that's good to know. That should put some minds at ease because a lot of people thought that these shoes with the split toe were, trying to appeal to Satanists who I don't even think Satanists worship you. I think they just kind of
don't.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you worship yourself if you're a Satanist. You are your own God.
Interesting.
You don't answer to anybody else, right? I think that's as much as I try to get these dudes to worship me, they want nothing to do with it. And as much as I've tried possessions. I've tried to give them free poop shoot shoes. I've tried to give them earthly riches.
Ooh.
I've made so many of them billionaires after signing deals with me. And
could I get in on that?
I mean, Elon Musk, this douchebag Jeff Bezos, and all these guys owe their earthly riches to me.
Really?
Yes, but they will not worship me. I'm bummed out.
Dude, you need to get somebody to look over these contracts for you because you're not getting what you want out of the deal.
Oh, I know. I don't know what to do. I got to find somebody up there that can.
You'd think you would know a lot of very good lawyers.
Do you know any people around there that are good with contracts? Who's Rover's guy?
I'm not sure. I'll see what I can scrounge up for you.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Bill. Hey, I gotta get going.
All right.
I'll save a couple of those. I'll save a couple of those butthole shoes for you, okay?
Okay. Thanks, pal.
All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive. Listen channel with the free iHeartRadio app.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, do it there. Thank you so much to Wharfie Globbershut for helping out today back there in the video department. It's poorly staffed, but every single day we get somebody who steps up and goes above and beyond the call of duty. Guardians will play tonight. They just got done sweeping the White Sox in Chicago. What an indignity. And then they head to Texas. They're going to play the Rangers tonight. Rangers have been kind of a middling team, I think, this season. So they'll play them, and then they come back home for the remainder of the regular season. They're going to be back here on Tuesday evening. A couple of early games next week. There are 3 6-10 games, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, against the Tampa Bay Rays. I think somebody told me Kluber is with the Rays. I think we said the Yankees yesterday.
I thought he was with the Yankees, but maybe...
You might be right. Somebody told me he was with Tampa. So they'll be back home on Tuesday to play 3 games against the Rays and then 6 against the Royals, and that will cap the regular season. Long season, and the Guardians in better position than they usually are.
Okay, he is with the Rays now.
There you go. But he was with the Yankees.
He was, yeah.
So tonight... The game happens at 8:05 here on WMMS, first of 3 against the Texas Rangers. So you'll hear it on, of course, the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, he's only with the Yankees for 1 season.
There you go. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys.
How are you,
Good
Joe?
show.
What's up?
Fine, thank you. Hey, I listen to a radio station for news in the morning a lot out in my shop, and it's 8910, and they were telling me about Vladimir Putin and how nobody wants to fight for him, and they're running hiding. They're running down the roads in their vehicles, trying to get on a train, get on a plane, and there's traffic jams trying to get out of that country because they're afraid they're going to be drafted.
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, right. But all the flights were like sold out or something, or they're not letting young men get on flights out of Russia.
Yeah. And they also said that there's a new app out there on their Russian cell phones, which is probably a string and a cuff at the end or something.
They probably have phone technology,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They said there's an app on there to teach you how the men can break their arms so they will not have to be drafted into Vladimir Putin's army.
I was reading that Google searches or something for how to break your arm. Yeah, it's pretty wild that people are trying to cross the border and they're trying to get the hell out of there. So because they've re-upped their conscription or something. So yes, very very strange.
Quite sure that's a heck of a place to live. It must be, So I don't know what's going on.
Well,
over
it would
there,
also suck to have to leave your home because of something you have no control over.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. Alex Jones is still in court, and saying that he's tired of apologizing, and he's not going to do it anymore. He is not going to pay a lot for this muffler. I can't keep these court cases straight. It's still Sandy Hook. But I guess the first one was in New York, where he got like the $49 million judgment or something. That was in New York. And now he's in Connecticut, which was the home state of Sandy Hook. So I think these are still families that are suing him or something. And obviously, you want to talk about doing a gig for the money. I have to assume that's why his lawyer is doing it, because anytime they have any kind of conversation with his lawyer is just like, I can't control what my client does. If he's going to be up there doing stuff, I can only advise him, but I can't physically. I'm not my client's keeper, is what his lawyer said. This is the lawyer who fell asleep one day in court because when you're representing Alex Jones, you're seeing the same movie over and over and over again, and it probably gets really boring. But he's snapping at the attorneys and the lawyer, or the judge, rather.
How long before he's just representing himself?
I'm surprised he's not already. I don't know why he is going to spend money on lawyers when he clearly figures to some degree he can do it himself. I don't know. But the judge is essentially getting herself to the place where she's like, look, I can't get a word in edgewise here. I can't, because one lawyer is objecting and the other one's yelling at Alex Jones, and it's a whole thing. I don't know how you keep your head on a swivel if you are part of the jury. He's talking to you. The judge is telling him not to talk to you. They played footage of one of the distraught parents, and he said that he was done apologizing. See, his whole defense is hinged on him claiming that you don't know what's in his brain. His whole defense has been, look, I'm being persecuted because I legitimately thought a school shooting was staged. And that's what he stands by, because you can't prove what was or wasn't in his brain. I don't think there's no reasonable person who believes that he thought a school shooting was staged. Even Alex Jones. I mean, he knows what's going on. But it's all yelling and screaming. And
you have families in this courtroom here that lost children, sisters, wives, moms.
Is this a struggle session? Are we in China? I've already said I'm sorry hundreds of times, and I'm done saying I'm sorry. I didn't generate this. I wasn't the first person to say it. American gun owners didn't like being blamed for this, as the left did, so we rejected it mentally and said it must not be true. But I legitimately thought it might have been staged, and I stand by that, and I don't apologize for it.
And don't apologize, Mr. Jones. Please don't apologize.
No, I've already apologized to the parents over and over again.
We know
I don't apologize to you.
Objection.
Don't apologize to you.
You're going to do it again.
Objection, Judge.
Aren't you?
Objection.
No, I'm not.
Objection. Argumentative.
Don't apologize to you.
Well, it's hard for me to get a word in edgewise.
it's like a freaking clown show in there. How do you even do your job as a lawyer?
It doesn't seem like real court.
No, it doesn't. No, it's pretty wild.
But it does make sense that it is Alex Jones in court. I mean, you have to. I mean, just the fact that he says, I apologize all this time, but then I go, and then in the same breath says, and I still believe it could have been staged. That's not an apology. No apology.
I mean, I guess at some point you've got to double down on what the crux of your whole thing is. You this far into the proceedings, you can't go, okay, fine. Texas jury, sorry, I think I said New York. That Texas jury was the one that determined that he was going to owe about $50 million. And that's when he claims poverty, too, is when that happens. I think he's
got to move some stuff around.
Yeah, shell companies and things like that to hide all the money that he says he doesn't have.
Alex Jones, Alex Jones, Alex Jones, Alex Jones.
That's the guy. That's the normal guy. That's the toned down version.
Right.
His ex-wife said he's even crazier off the air. And why would you keep the craziest stuff for off the air? What's rule number 1 in radio? If the red light ain't on, it didn't happen. If it didn't happen on the air, it didn't happen.
My guess
Who cares
is
what happens off the air?
The crazier Alex Jones is, the crazy she's referring to is a lot of abusive language and things like that. Probably directed at her. Probably a little bit more racist, a little bit more.
Loud noises!
Yeah, but he married a white lady. Why? They have a white kid. Where's the racism part coming off the air?
He probably feels more comfortable using certain words off the air.
Huh.
Certain language off the air.
I love black people!
I don't know if that's what he's saying.
That's a live of Alex Jones talking to his wife.
I love black people!
Yeah, I don't know what she's complaining about. The judge asking the lawyer, do you want me to physically stop your client from speaking? I don't know how you do that. Oh, boy. So that continues.
He might
Now-
be the first person to get tased during a court hearing.
Well, listen, he put out that album to generate some money a while ago where he did cover versions of songs. Maybe this will inspire him to do original music. If he could just channel his pain into his own music rather than covering other people's. Obviously, it's fun to hear somebody give a new take on a song that you already know. That's part of the hook.
I hurt myself today.
Right, we know that one.
Oh, baby, oops, I did it again. I play with your heart. Got lost in the game. Oh, baby.
Show support to end the conservatorship for Britney.
That's
why he did
right.
Those.
That was his hashtag Free Britney moment.
Been around the world, and I found out that only stupid people are breeding. Those cretins are cloning and feeding. And I don't even own a TV.
So I hope that he made some money from those.
It seems like some days he's more dialed in than others.
That's probably true. I found my new favorite person on TikTok, by the way. We're on TikTok at The Alan Cox Show.
Oh, yeah.
And I found my new favorite person because she's speaking my language. This is a girl that everybody's giving a hard time for. Just like they gave me a hard time the other day for stopping the pay it forward line. Because, frankly, the people behind you will never know that you stopped the pay it forward. There couldn't be a more victimless crime than opting
you'll know.
to not continue the pay it forward line. It's invariably in a Starbucks, just like hers, exactly the same. But I like her vibe. I like her explanation of it. She is cute. She refers to herself as a hot girl, but she is cute. She's kind of got like a college volleyball player vibe. Grace Joanna is her handle on TikTok.
So today I went to the Starbucks drive-thru to get my little drink and sandwich as a hot girl does. And I go to the barista to pay, and he goes, "You don't have to pay me today." And I'm like, "Tim, stop freaking messing with me. You always mess with me like this." He's like, "You don't have to pay me. The person in front of you paid for your drink and food as a nice gesture." And I was like, this is an epic day. Today's my best day ever. People are so kind. Wow. And then he drops this bomb. He says, "Yeah, so for every 5 people in front of you, they returned the gesture back. So you're telling me that these people were shamed and caught into this Congo line of morality that they had to give the gesture back? I'm not that girl. I deserve to have a good day. I deserve this free sandwich, dude. You're not taking this away from me. That defeats the whole point of someone doing something nice for me. I am the one that was helped, and I am not helping anyone else."
I feel her.
Love it.
That would be literally.
Surprisingly, there are people that are giving her a hard time, but surprisingly, a lot of the comments are like, yes, you're right. Like, what's the point of doing something nice if you're shamed into...
I deserve this.
Here's the thing. Every time I've done...
I don't understand the concept of deserve, but still, it's like, I stop the pay it forward line. I've asked to pay. They're like, "Oh, the person in front of you paid." I go, no. But
too late.
obviously it's too late.
Yeah.
But the people behind you will never know that you stopped unless you get a snippy. That's why I tip.
Snitch of a barista.
That's why I tip when I stop. I tip them so that they don't rat me out. I mean, the people behind me don't know who I am, obviously. I'm just another car. But I could see some snippy barista in the window or anywhere this happens going, "Well, you're never going to believe this."
Ass in front of us.
Right. By that time,
douchebag with a White Sox license plate holder didn't pay for my coffee.
Joke's on you. I switched it to the Bears.
Oh, it's the Bears already.
Sucker.
Okay.
Yeah. That's right. It's football season, baby. So I like this girl. Big fan. Started following her immediately. Let's see what other truth. You think you're the only one dropping truth bombs? Let's see what other truth bombs this woman's
bringing it.
dropping.
A lot of the comments say tip the barista, which I'm a fan of. I've done the pay it forward thing, but it's not when someone's paid for me. I've just randomly been like, you know what? I'm going to take care of the people behind me. Yeah.
Oh, you've started it.
I'm not even I'm just doing it. I just go, I'm feeling generous today. I'm going to pay for their food.
Right.
How much is it? And they'll be like, $45. I'm like, you know what?
But
Never mind. But tell them I thought about it.
But most people don't have the bravery or the wherewithal that I do to stop the pay it forward. So as she describes, people get shamed into it primarily. So if you start it, there's going to be a certain number of people behind you that will continue it.
The Wendy's I go to, I think it's a one and done situation.
You know what?
I don't think anybody's paying it for it. I think
let me get their spicy nuggets.
They're going, yep, thank you for paying for my food, and I'm out of here.
Yeah. By the way, somebody texted me, 35192, and they pointed out Ivana Trump died from falling down the stairs. Very suddenly. I wonder if you think that had anything to, you think that was Putin sending him a message? Hey, you don't start producing for me more. You got all those boxes of stuff and you're selling them to the Saudis? What the hell are you doing? Where's my cheese, homie? Send him a little message.
Maybe. Could be the thing.
It's live audio of Ivana. May she rest in peace. So all these
on a golf course,
all these Russians getting pushed downstairs, defenestrated. Maybe he was sending a message to the Trump crime family that be a shame if something happened to your mother. Alan, why does it matter who knows? It's a test. The aliens know. What do you do? I don't believe that the aliens, if they exist, are watching us.
Why wouldn't they?
I think that they're preparing other things. Do you stand there and watch an anthill?
Some people do.
But
there might be an alien, and that's their job, is to watch people and see how they're reacting and see how they do certain things.
Yeah.
And one of the tests is maybe this is how humanity is judged by aliens. They go, all right, we're going to put this in the place. We're going to start the whole pay it forward drive-through line thing, and we're going to see how humans react to it. And if we don't pass the test as a whole, they go, you had your chance, Earthlings. You're done. You didn't pay it forward enough. So thanks a lot, Alan. Thanks a lot.
This is on me. Yeah,
it's on you and people that think like you.
There was a time where I had a lady in front of me, and she bought my Chipotle, and then she gave me a card that had that said paying it forward. Like, if you receive this card, that means someone paid it forward to you. Keep it going and be a good person. I still have that card. I was like, eventually I'll use it. I did not pay it forward that day, and this was back when I lived in Akron. So
it's been some time.
Why do you still have it then?
Because one day it's going to pay it forward to somebody.
If you haven't now. But you don't need a card to do that.
I don't know.
Why keep the card was my point.
It wasn't an official card, and I looked in my wallet for it, but I don't think it's in there. But I know I didn't give it to someone else.
He knows he didn't pay it forward. He knows that.
I know I didn't pay it forward. I know I didn't, because that's corny. I'm not gonna pass someone a card like, hey, someone just paid it forward. It looked just like a business card. Like, make sure if you pass this card to the next person, to keep it going and do some good or whatever. That's like what it said. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I would rather pay it forward and not give someone a card than pay it forward and give someone a card. That's so corny to me. So even if I did do it, I would not give them that stupid little card.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, it's not a pay it forward or anything. I was behind this lady in the bank teller line one time, and she was trying to get like $30 out or something. And the lady, the teller said, ma'am, you're already overdrafted by like 50. We can't give you any money. So she pulled across the street. I saw her. She was on her phone crying and all this stuff. I walked up to her. I gave her $100, and it was just brightened her day. And that's the better pay it forward thing rather than buying somebody's coffee. That made my day too.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a kind of a more direct approach, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
I had a similar thing like that happen where I was behind a girl at the bank and overdrafted. Same thing. She's crying, and she's in her car, and I just go up to her and I say, your left taillight is out, and I alerted the police, and they wrote you a ticket. So, when it rains, it pours, lady. Get used to reality.
Really nice. Yeah. Take that, snowflake. Our buddy Intense Randy texted me, and he's like, so I'm at the convenience store or whatever, the gas station. There's a couple of kids in front of me, and they got chips and drinks and jerky or whatever, and they're $4.80 short. This is according to him. How would you not know what your stuff cost? Whatever. So he fronts him the $4.80 because he's behind him. He's like, hey, don't worry about it. He's a nice guy. The guy goes, hey, thanks. The girl doesn't even turn around to see who paid for it. And he's like, and nobody behind me was offering to pay for my stuff. So I think in person, for whatever reason, people are less likely to do it. I think it's almost backwards that the anonymity in line
adds to it.
And I don't know why that would be, because everybody's always looking for credit.
I saw
people want a pat on the back for the smallest goddamn things.
I saw a girl using self-checkout at CVS, and she was $2 short, and a guy just hands her $2. Like, he didn't even make a big deal of it.
Right.
And it was just, and he just was like, oh, here's $2. Because she asked the CVS clerk if she could use a card, and before the CVS guy could even react, the guy's like, here's $2. Just don't worry about it.
That could also...
That's very nice.
It's very nice, but it could also backfire. Because you could have somebody like, I don't want your money.
Right.
And then you feel like a douche. It's like when you get screamed at for holding the door for something. Like, okay, I'm sorry. What? You know, slam it in your face, you would have been screaming too. I don't know. What a complicated, crazy world. Hey, Roman.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
How are you? What's up?
Doing well. I think the aliens have one true morality test that they put us through on a daily basis for some people, and that is the shopping cart theory. What you do with your shopping cart when you're done with it, whether or not you're at Aldi or not, is how you tell somebody's moral standing. Do you just leave it on the side for somebody to bump into it, or for it to roll into somebody's car? Making somebody's work, maybe one of the workers' days more difficult. Do you put it where it's supposed to go? Do you give it to somebody else?
I like that dude on TikTok that's like a shopping cart narc, and he walks up to people.
Cart narcs, man.
Yeah, once in a while
there'll be
there'll be a dude in an F-150 who gets out and puts a shotgun in his face. But it's a little old lady sometimes. Yeah, cart narcs. That's a funny thing. I'm a cart putting back guy. I'm the guy that will go to the cart corral and like straighten those carts, like get them all in a line, because then the kid comes out and has to hook it to the machine. And so hopefully that'll save me from a probing when they finally do show up, Roman.
Now,
according to your logic there.
The one thing that I'll do that isn't the best thing, but it just makes it a little bit more fun, is if the corral is empty or there's only one or two carts in it, I will try my best. And there's also got to be no cars around, so I can't hit anything. I'll try and ghost my cart from pretty far away to see if I can get it to go into the corral.
Yeah.
Because
you try to Tetris your cart in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but that's a rare occasion, because you need a pretty empty parking lot for that to happen. Without it.
And you don't want somebody pulling out right as you get the cart over near the corral. That's no good either.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break. I will have those AWOL Nation tickets for you if you want to go see. Those guys are coming through to do a show at the Agora in a few weeks with Bad Flower and the Mysterines. So we'll hook that up. 35192, you want to text, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
London at the world-famous Agora. It's Wednesday night, October the 19th. Whatever info you need, you can go to agoracleveland.com for those details. You'll get the last pair from me this week. 2 for AWOL Nation. Don't text me about it. People are texting. You got to call. 10. That's the number I'm looking for. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When the world just seems too crazy.
Gaze into the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Will Nation ever have a follow-up hit to Sail? This is like the one, I'm sure that there are like diehard AWOL Nation fans who could read me chapter and verse. But
Whale, jail, Dale. That's about a guy.
Bail.
McBail, yeah. Kale.
Mm-hmm.
Love letter to the leafy green.
Right.
Nail.
Love letter to the leafy
Snail.
green. Yeah. Snail.
Ale. It's about beer.
All right. It would be great if they did the theme song for that new Brendan Fraser movie. It's like the whale. They're like, well,
he weighs 600 pounds.
Well. Next week on the show, I will have passes for you for Factory of Terror. That's down in Canton. It's over a mile in length down there at Factory of Terror.
I'm already scared.
I know, right? I will also have tickets for you to see Night Ranger. They do that annual Danny Rapepi Memorial Concert. I'm going to have Brad Gillis from Night Ranger on the show, I think week after next.
Where's that at this year?
It's at the State Theater right here at Playhouse Square.
Okay.
On November the 9th. And
actually, I had someone hit me up about possibly doing something for that.
no, it'd be great.
Yeah.
It's a great benefit, and be Night Ranger with the Contemporary Youth Orchestra. And then I'll also have passes for you for Cleveland Beer Week. Their night at the Brewseum. Get it? Cleveland Beer Week is October 14th through the 23rd, and I will have passes for you all next week. Don't forget, Weekend Cox is Sunday mornings. It is 8 to 10. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts, and they do a fantastic job there. They give of themselves to come in bright and early on a Sunday morning and host the Weekend Cox for you. And
Yeah, so
they should
appreciate it. Doing that show in Lorraine, I got to wake up after partying with all those Lorraine people on Saturday night. Tickets available at LorrainePalace.com. They go up to $25 tomorrow, so might as well get them today.
Are you going to be partying with Lorrainites or Lorrainians?
if Poundcake's mom comes out, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Guarantee you she's probably asleep because I was trying to call her in the break and no answer.
Could you imagine if you guys partied and you ended up sleeping with Poundcake's mom?
I mean,
Could
my
you imagine
girlfriend
that?
would be pretty upset about that, but you got to do what
Is
you
she
got to
gonna
do
be
for
there?
the story. No, she's got to work.
Well, then what's the problem?
I mean, it's cheating either way.
Well, I'm just saying.
But I think
That's a
she would
story.
understand. I think
That's
she'd
a
understand.
hell of a story.
This has been written in the stars.
No sleeping with my mother.
Honey, I have to
It is
tell you
not
something.
Up to you, bud.
No.
That is a private conversation between your naked mother and a naked Bill Squire.
Stop.
I'm not even gonna get naked. I'm just gonna pull it through the hole.
Through the slit.
Now that's disrespectful.
That's not
dance down.
You give Poundcake's mother the full respect of your naked body on top of hers.
Stop.
Or
Stop.
under hers. Lady's choice. I'm just saying, Bill could go home and say, honey, I have to have a very difficult conversation with you. I've been untrue.
Who was it?
I
Poundcake's
stepped
mom.
out. It was Poundcake's mom. She won't believe you, and she'll laugh and leave the room. You tried to tell her. Your part is over.
Go, hey. I had to do what I had to do.
I
It's for the
tried
show.
to
It's
tell
for the
you.
show. It just
We
makes-
had many
We needed the drama.
many drinks. Poundcake never thinks of the show. Bill thinks of the show. You never do.
think that's going a little above and beyond, don't you think?
There's no such thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll go that far.
Pick
but
your words very carefully.
But do you think she'd let me motorboat her?
I don't know.
At least make out with her a little bit.
No. Well,
your mom said this.
Is there a gazebo near the theater?
Probably it's by the landing of Black River Landing, or is that Black River Landing? Something, the landing.
Black River Landing is where they had the Rover Fest a couple of years.
I mean, that's where the Lorraine Palace Theater is.
Yeah.
So,
is it really?
Yep.
It's right in front of that.
Yeah, at the very least, get it together with Teresa. Your mom's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions. And if after a whole lot of Prosecco, she decides...
I'm not going to let my mom get drunk to the point
You're
where
not going to let your mom live her life. She's a hard-working
What if I just
nurse.
sign one of the boobs?
No. No. My mom, you are not going to treat my mom like some groupie.
No. He's not doing anything. This is
her the way she
consensual.
wanted to be treated.
Your mother is a grown woman who can do what she wants to do.
She don't want to do that.
You don't know what she wants to do. She changed her mind on the Jabberwockies last minute.
But I'll tell you
she
why.
could change her mind on one Bill Squire. She has history with Bill.
I'll tell you why.
And now that we're calling him Bam Bam, it sells itself. That's subliminal advertising. Have you met my friend Bam Bam?
If she did
Why
that,
they call you that? And then he says,
Want to find out?
Better that I show you.
Mm-hmm. That's even better. Yeah, I'm going to say that.
If she did that, I would never, ever listen to her again in regards to me going to a new city and flopping. She always tells me, don't go out there flopping, meaning don't keep my penis in my pants and, act accordingly. She could not say that anymore. I would never tell her anything. She's affecting my career. She's affecting my job. She's making me look bad.
You're making all this up. This is all made up.
Not made up.
And you haven't made one point that mentions why your mom, you're just talking about yourself. This is all about you.
Yes, it's about me. That's an ego thing.
I wouldn't let her.
I wouldn't let her.
You have no say in what your mom does.
Yes, I do.
How?
Same way
you can't even get her to use highways.
Mm-hmm.
You have no control over your mother, nor should you.
It's got me there.
Now, Poundcake, I just want you to understand that I'm not trying to replace your dad. I'm just trying to be there for your mother.
Let's take this as far as we possibly can.
No,
Bill's your new
not.
stepdad.
Well, at least he'll be there for me.
I just want you to know.
Add another kid to his
You'll see your stepdad every day at work.
I'm not putting you on my phone plan. I'm
no. Well, then it's no deal. What do I get out of this? Pappy?
You got to start calling you Bam Bam Dad. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Alan. How's it going, buddy?
What's going on, Tom?
So you guys are a little beyond this now, but I wanted to call in because I got into one of these pay it forward lines at Starbucks not that long ago, and no one can answer this. What's the point of paying it forward if when I get to the window, no matter what, I got to pay money? No, what is anybody getting out of it?
Well, I think it's just the concept of doing something nice for other people. I don't know. I mean,
right, there has to be I get what he's saying. There's got to be one person that completely benefits from it, and as long as you are,
yeah, that's me. I stopped the pay it forward. That's me. I'm the guy that benefits.
I mean, honestly, I think it's just the idea that you're doing something nice for someone. You're not really, because everybody has to pay at the window anyway. So what's the point?
Yes, these are all ideas that we have that make us feel better in the moment.
Exactly.
I'm the one who will stop this nonsense. But you're absolutely right, Tom. As far as cash or money that you're kicking out, that part doesn't change.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it just makes people feel a little bit better.
Well, listen, frankly, I think anything that makes people feel a little bit better these days, there's nothing wrong with that. So
yeah, I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Tom. I appreciate the call there. There's Tom, who's in Canton or somewhere. Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill,
didn't count on that part, did ya?
Bill is your friend Timothy Mozgov.
Oh, what's up, Mozgov?
Formerly of Cleveland Cavaliers.
Can you turn your radio down?
Why don't have radio on?
Well, I just hear myself repeating.
Oh, no, I don't know what that is. Not sure, Bill. Hold on.
I'll try and... I hear you. Let's go. Yeah, something's going on. Oh, no. That's very sad. Did you fall out another window? I feel like you'd have to fall out of a very high window for it to hurt you because you're so tall. Yeah, I think that was the case anyway. I hope you can never use a phone again. You've fallen out of 4 windows this fast? All right, take care, bud.
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. There's got to be a better way to do that.
No, I think that was perfect.
It was great, right?
What are these windows made out of?
Ting, 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 ting.
Oh, Russian glass. Okay. Is that like Russian dressing? Mm.
Oh, no.
So many windows. All right, bye-bye, bud.
Oh, boy. What the heck?
Poor
Holy
Mozgov.
Poor Mozgov.
Oh, he's having
that
such a hard
guy.
time. He's getting pushed out a window.
Oh, so
after
many.
window after window.
Boy, that guy's resilient.
Yeah.
You think, I mean, if that were me, one window would knock me on my ass. I didn't realize that Putin had it out for him. I thought he'd see him as a national hero. And by the way, that would never happen if he was back in his hometown of St. Petersburg, Florida. That would never happen.
Well, he made his choices. He ended up back in Russia.
I don't know why all these Russian people don't get ground floor offices. So Putin's henchmen can't push them all down out of windows and down stairwells. And that seems to be, maybe they're changing their MO a little bit, because this last guy that used to run the Moscow Aviation Commission or something, they pushed him down the steps.
Yeah, you got to have some variety to it, or else it looks suspicious.
We have 9 people that fell out of windows, and then we have one guy who fell down the steps. I was reading about this kid that got shot on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I don't know if you saw this story. This is in L.A. This is around the corner, not far, a couple blocks over, a couple blocks up from where I lived when I lived in Los Angeles many, many years ago. This is in Hollywood. And a dude gets killed on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. This was at Hollywood and Orange. I lived at Highland and Yucca. It's not too far away. And all I could think of was, who did he die on?
Oh.
Because it is Hollywood, and so that might mean something to you. They shut down the Walk of Fame. Somebody was
chalk outline on your star. That'd be nice.
Yeah, somebody was chasing the kid, and then they shot him. And he stumbled, I guess, it was like on a side street or something, or in an alley, and he stumbled onto the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The cops showed up, paramedics, 17-year-old boy. They got him he had multiple gunshot wounds. They get him to an area hospital, and he died at the hospital.
Sad.
But who did he die on?
And do you think he was crawling and he's like, Dr. Phil, I don't want it, Dr. Phil. And he's like, at least get me to Danny DeVito.
Because I know, I looked to see where I know that area, and I looked to see who had stars. It's impossible to memorize them. So I drew up, unlike the LAPD, I drew up a list of suspects, people that possibly he died on, given the block in which he was shot and killed. Walter Lantz. Do you know the name Walter Lantz?
No idea.
Lantz. These are all going to be old. These are old references.
Okay.
But maybe one or two will hit your brain. Walter Lantz is the guy who created Woody Woodpecker, the cartoon Woody Woodpecker. Diane Carroll is near there. She was a very famous actress. She was kind of like the female Sidney Poitier, kind of.
Okay.
She was married to Burt Bacharach or something like that.
The back.
W.C. Fields.
Oh, I know that one.
You might know the name.
Yeah.
Errol Flynn.
I know that name.
Way back in the day, he was like pirate movies and stuff. He'd swing it on a chandelier. Irving Thalberg, that's a very old name that people might have heard. He was like a film producer in the early days of talkies.
That's a name that should come back.
So when you're
naming their
Irving.
kids Irving.
Yeah.
Hey, Irv.
So it's like if you're a 17-year-old dude in Hollywood, you want to die on a cooler spot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. Queen Latifah has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The first female rapper to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, 2006.
Oh, wow.
Diddy has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Pharrell. I mean, a lot of you basically buy it, or other people
no.
nominate you.
They
Other people
nominate you, but
you.
somebody's got to pay for it. You just buy these. DJ Khaled has a friggin' star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Guy's been around for like 10 years. LL Cool J and Pitbull and Snoop and, Cypress Hill, all kinds of people. So, you'd want to, this poor kid, if you die on Irving Thalberg's star, that doesn't mean anything to you. I'll tell you who I couldn't believe had a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame is Jeff Dunham. You know
Really?
who Jeff Dunham is?
Yeah.
I know you know who he is. Poundcake know who Jeff Dunham is?
Comedian?
He's a ventriloquist. He's like, on a stick. He's always.
No, I don't know.
This guy, yeah, whatever.
I don't know who he is.
Well, because my daughter's watching YouTube. I go, let's turn off YouTube because she's just watching him make glitter. I go, let's watch something that might kind of feed your brain a little bit if you're going to watch TV. So we turn Discovery on, and she likes the cooking show. So we turn on something called Halloween Baking Challenge. And I guess there's been a few seasons. Well, the season we turned on, Jeff Dunham was the host. And I hadn't seen, I think the episode's probably 5 or 6 years old by now. But he has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah, no, I've never seen this
Like his
guy.
wife was a competitive bodybuilder or something like that. So all you got to do is pay for the star and get people to nominate you, and you can get a star. I don't know when he got it. Jeff Dunham also has the distinction of owning the original Tim Burton Batmobile.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. He put a Corvette engine in it to make it street legal. But the original 89 Tim Burton Batman, Jeff Dunham owns the Batmobile. I got to take a break. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. And listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show sausage party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007. Or
the new Chili Peppers album is going to be out on October the 14th. It's called Return of the Dream Canteen. I didn't know that the Dream Canteen was missing. But there it is. I like that. Listen, anything that pays tribute to Eddie Van Halen, I'm all in favor of it. And I like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I mean, people give them a hard time, but, they do good work. They're still around. They haven't split up based on, they've had some personnel changes, obviously, but the core has remained. Eddie Van Halen died in 2020. I knew it wasn't 1 year, but I didn't think it was 5. So it'll be the second anniversary in a couple of weeks. So Eddie is the first track they're offering from the new Chili Peppers album. Alan, I heard from Dustin in Georgia. He goes, you gotta see these two ladies in India singing up a storm. There's a ton of remixes on Instagram. Have you seen these girls?
No.
The Nuran sisters.
I'm not.
This is from the PTC Punjabi Network. The Punjabi Music Awards. This is a few years ago, so maybe it's making the rounds again.
Can you put the video up?
Yeah, I'd like to. I keep forgetting how to do that.
It's just
the
display. You move it up.
Yeah, okay. It's not that, though, because I need to have it on the... I need to just do this at least once every day so it becomes like muscle memory for me.
It's the display, whichever display, that one's 2.
Yeah,
Go
there?
No, video
2. Up here?
Yeah, the very top.
Yeah.
There,
Up here.
There,
There we go. All right. Hey. Thanks. All right. The Goopy sisters or something, whatever their name is here. Hold on.
ਮਿੱਠੇ ਪਾਨ ਦੀ ਗਲੋਰੀ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੂਟ ਦਾ ਲਹਾਰੀ ਫੱਟੇ ਮਾਰਤੀ ਫਿਲੋਰੀ ਜੁਗਨੀ ਮੇਲ ਮੇਲ ਕੇ ਕੂੰਦ ਫੰਦ ਕੇ ਚੱਕ ਚਕੋਡੇ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੌਲਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਾਲੀ ਓ ਹਰਿਆਲੀ ਜੰਗਲ ਵਾਲੀ तू दे हर गाली पे ताली उसकी कदम कदम रखवाली है मैं लोग लाज की सोच सोच के क्यों है आफत डाली तू ले नाम रब का नाम साईं अली 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 नाम रब का नाम साईं का अली 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 ले नाम रब का नाम साईं
I mean, it's fine. I mean, I don't, it's fine.
If there's a midlife fetish I could develop, I think it's...
Is that it?
I think that's it.
A midlife fetish.
Yeah.
The Nuran sisters.
It's like Indian women. I think they're hot.
I do too. People gave me a hard time. Basically, just about every girl I dated in college was Indian, was Hindu. They would dance the Bharatnatyam and the whole thing, boy. But yeah, it was, I've never seen the Punjabi Music Awards.
That was fun. I like that. It's
Nuran sisters.
I like their music. Their music is fun.
I've never heard it a cappella.
Yeah.
I'm used to the music.
Usually, yeah.
Oh, wait. Let me find you one of the remixes here.
Yeah. Put this on Beat Saber for me.
Dude, I'm hyped.
Why do you think Bollywood makes 4,000 movies a year? Because it's all got awesome music in
They
it.
also got like hella people there. They got they need to put people in films. They need to make jobs, Alan. What you mean? There's a billion of them.
They're not just grabbing people and throwing them in movies.
Yes, they are.
They have
They're doing
hella
flash
people.
dances.
So you're saying that Bollywood is just one giant job creator?
Yes.
Because there's staggering poverty in India.
Yeah, but I think Bollywood does generate more revenue than Hollywood.
Oh, it does? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, if you're making a movie a day, you're going to do that.
They're running it like look at some of those films. It's always
There are Indian action movies that are fantastic. The money they spend on effects and just stunts and...
But I guarantee you, every Bollywood film has one scene where someone's running in the streets, and then there's a million people like at some
dancing
type of,
with them. Yeah,
exactly, for no reason. Like,
because didn't they even end Slumdog Millionaire with a big dance number?
So you think all those people are like dancers and choreographers.
Yes.
They're hired for one day. They came out of their mama's house like, hey, they're filming a
But just because there's a lot of people doesn't mean that they all know how to dance and sing. It's like
That's my point.
It's like anywhere. But that's what I'm saying.
They're just doing it for a job. And
There are more there because they have hella people there.
I guarantee
there are
you-
more professionals too.
I guarantee you, people are like, hey, you could spot me. That's how all the movies make all the money, because they're like, hey, for my mom,
Because everybody's family has to go, so they're like, hey, there I am. That's me.
Or, yeah, they do. They're like, okay, here's a big screening. Hey, get ready for it. You know, they have movie parties, and then they're like, and there I am. See, look, wait, stop, right there. Zoom all the way back. That's my hat.
Wow.
That's my. You're not even in the movie. Just your hat's in the
Literally,
movie.
it's just like Monsters Inc., where his head gets covered
Yeah.
up with the logo.
Yeah.
They're like, there I am, right there. There's my hat. Yep, that's Tim's hat.
Tim, Indian guy named Tim. There's my hat.
Yeah, Tim.
Yep, that's Tim.
Timate. More Indian.
Hella people.
There's hella people over there.
That
They're
is
just
true.
behind China, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
1 billion people. Just think
Billion
of this
people.
country. If there was 1 billion Americans, would you want to live in a country with 1 billion Americans? We have almost 350, and we can't keep it together.
Well, I never thought about it.
1 billion Americans. This country can probably hold it. We have the room, especially if we put a lot of them in Alaska. Just put them in Alaska. But still, 1 billion people. I don't want 1 billion people. I don't want to live in a country like that.
He just goes, yeah, nope. Just the sheer amount of people is the reason he goes, nah, I'm not doing that. You're an interesting guy, Poundcake.
He is an interesting guy, isn't he?
Just like, oh, 1 billion people now. Gross.
Yeah, no, I don't want to live anywhere with 1 billion people.
There's gonna be 1 billion people here eventually.
In the United States?
Eventually.
I mean,
the way the population is growing, the fact that there wasn't 1 billion people on the earth until I think the early 1900s, and now we're at what, 7 billion?
Wait, there wasn't 1 billion people till the 1900s?
I think there's something like that.
That can't be true.
Maybe
they don't know how to count back
maybe
then.
the 1800s.
They didn't know how to count back then.
Not properly. Like, they're not.
You know, math was pretty new around the birth of the United States.
They didn't have the access to all the people around the world at that time. They don't know. They didn't know.
I mean, they did know how to count. People have known how to count for thousands of years. You're just saying it takes so long to get around that you wouldn't know who was where.
So 1804,
yeah,
1 billion.
Okay, so
1927, but also think of how long humans have been on Earth.
But people were living till like they're 35.
Right,
They were
but
old
then you
men.
got to 1 billion in 1804, 2 billion in 1927, and then it just took off from there. 1963 billion, 1974, 4 billion, and now we're at almost 8 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever.
That's
America's
a
still got a
huge
long way to go.
Population explosion.
It will not be in my lifetime. I don't want to live here. I will move. I'm one of those people that will move to Canada.
Well, that's what's crazy. I
don't
mean,
wanna live in a
you know,
billion people.
the United States is like 3 times larger than India, and we have 1/3 of the people.
Gross.
That's what's wild. Listen, there is a lot of open space in this country.
I know. We can support it. Like, physically, we have the mass to support 1 billion people.
Can I make a joke about your mom right now?
No.
Poundcake's mom has got it going on.
A little less open space.
Yeah.
Coming tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure she doesn't come. I'm going to make sure she has to work. I don't want to.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
Thank you. Mike joins us occasionally from the west coast of Ohio.
Hey, Alan. Just real quick, back up a second. Did I hear Poundcake would move to Canada for what? Because I wanted to write it down for my 2023 goals.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 1 billion people.
Yeah.
All right, get the United States to 1 billion people. Okay, down. Locked in.
All right, start leaving it
I
in.
did want to comment. Yep. So if you didn't know, as a fellow Q follower like yourself, we're constantly bombarded with how stupid we are, lacking any shred of critical thinking, and bombarded with questions like, why do all the dates and promises always fall through, never deliver?
Everything you just said, that's all in my LinkedIn bio.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what kind of content would you find on 4chan and 8kun, and what are those websites known for, right? Like, those type of questions. Well. We're going to get the last laugh because the storm is a-coming September 24th, tomorrow. If you didn't know, historically speaking, very accurate predictions like President Trump's presidency, the Disney 21st century merger, The Simpsons have made the final prediction that tomorrow it's all coming down. So it's a web is going on here, but a keen German, listen to a German politician.
Go ahead.
Mention that everyone will remember September 24th instead of saying February 24th for the Russian invasion, right? That's what we thought. But then if
you're talking about the Simpsons reference.
Yes. Yeah. Back in I think it was like season 9, there was a Preppers episode.
Okay.
And yes, the world is coming to an end tomorrow. It's the storm, and we're gonna get the last laugh.
Unfortunately, it is a bummer because we didn't even get to 1 billion people in this country, which is what Poundcake wanted the whole time.
At least we're gonna get one more
ruin my night with Poundcake's mom.
Yes. Could you, Poundcake? Will you let your mom sleep with Bill if it's the end of the world? Come on, man, be cool.
He's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. All right, I'll take that as a yes then. You got the okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Got the green light.
Take it easy.
Yeah, thank you. There's Mike who checks in from the west coast of Ohio. Green light. By the way, I didn't realize that Imi Udoka or whatever with the Boston Celtics, this guy who is all jammed up now.
Suspension.
We got a year. I thought he was a coach. I didn't know he was the head coach of the Celtics.
He's the head coach of the Celtics.
Why did I not know that? I've never even heard this guy's name before.
He got he had a great first season. He took him to the NBA Finals.
I had never even heard his name before. I was like, I assumed he was a coach.
No,
he's engaged to the actress Nia Long.
Yeah, she's hot.
And I guess the suspension came. Obviously, people are upset because they're like, this guy gets a year. Deshaun Watson got 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
That initially they said it was a consensual thing, and he's all penitent and whatever. Now he's like, yeah, but then the girl turned around and said it wasn't. So I guess that's why the team said you got to go for a while. And after a year-long suspension, they're just you're not coming back to coach. You're pretty much done.
Probably not.
But he and the girl both said it was originally consensual. A female staffer with the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, there's a lot that hasn't been revealed about this.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on.
I don't really know other than he was having some sort of affair with somebody that worked for the organization, and we really don't have a lot of details yet. But
she initially said that they were both, it was consensual. And then I guess she went to the higher-ups and was like, well, no, he was making comments to me, so I don't know. I thought he was married to Nia Long. They're just engaged.
You think that's gonna?
Oh,
are they gonna put that? Is there gonna be a year-long suspension there too?
I think
suspend our engagement.
Yeah, I wonder if Maroon 5 will suspend Adam Levine for a year. They're touring. What? They're in the middle of a tour, by the way. Maroon 5. I didn't know. They're in the middle of a tour. They're still doing shows. They're playing in Vegas tonight, I think. I think it's funny what got people really mad is
Isn't tonight the iHeartRadio Music Festival?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't invited. I guess it is. It's hours away. Yeah, tonight and tomorrow in Vegas, right? I don't think they're not playing that.
I don't think so.
But they are playing
in Vegas.
In Vegas, yeah. So Maroon 5 is touring, and Adam Levine is. But some other people got upset because in one of the text exchanges with one of these girls, because after the first one, a few more came out, he said that no hot chicks listen to metal. Now, there are plenty of hot chicks in metal. I would be hard-pressed. Obviously, the law of averages says, obviously, there are hot chicks that are into heavy metal. You go to a metal show, you're going to see hot chicks. Does it constitute the vast preponderance of female heavy metal fans? No. But any genre of music, the majority of their female fan base are not hot chicks. But still, what kind of bias is this? No hot chicks listen to heavy metal. Just digging himself deeper and deeper. I don't know what the Venn diagram is between hot chick metal fans and Maroon 5 fans, but I don't know. So they're still on the road, and they're doing stuff, and who knows what'll happen. My hot take, by the way, is that first girl, the TikTok girl, hotter than his wife. Which obviously,
I think that's pretty accurate.
Doesn't excuse the behavior or whatever, but and also I want
to coach him on how to talk to women. He's so bad.
Oh, by the way,
you're so hot. You can be that hot of a dude, but like,
that's what let me. He didn't need to try.
I know he doesn't need to try, but I still I'm embarrassed for him. Like, I'll help him. If you want Adam Levine, I will teach you how to talk to women. So not only are you going to woo them with your body, you'll woo them with your words.
It's absurd.
You're trash, man.
But by the way, it also proves there's no way he's their primary songwriter. Because, I mean, if you see these texts, and I realize he's not the only one writing these. Benny Blanco is doing the lion's share of these Maroon 5 songs, but Adam Levine is credited usually as being the primary songwriter for these songs. There's no way the guy who wrote those texts is writing songs like Maroon 5. They're not the greatest songs in the world, but he can turn a phrase.
Mm-hmm.
But
they're not poorly written. They're catchy.
But again, these girls don't require much work. Even if he can flirt, he's not going to waste his skills on bitches like her. Like
it doesn't. But he doesn't have to.
He's just
waste
horny.
skills. He's horny, but he's lazy.
That's what I'm saying. He's lazy because he doesn't want to type all that because he has one hand down his pants, the other on the phone, and he's literally speaking in horny talk. Like after he finishes, he doesn't talk the same. He's like, oh wow, I probably sound
listen.
really
This is what I'm going to do for you.
Horny talk.
It is.
Once the
$1,000 to text, and I'll sit there. You can have both hands down your pants, Adam, and I will do the texting for you.
I can't control my horny level.
$1,000 a text. That's my offer.
That's pretty good. And so you'll fire off messages to TikTok hoes.
Yeah.
For him. All right. Yeah. So more of these women come out. By the way, I don't want to.
You don't just start going, you're hot. You find something else to start a conversation.
I don't want to dismiss what's going on here, but I do have a question. At what point are you no longer young and manipulated? Because this girl was 20.
She wasn't young and manipulated. That's
what she said. She goes, I feel manipulated. Because these girls always say the same thing. I was young and I was manipulated. Now, that can be true, but she wasn't 16 years old. I mean, maybe you're just easily manipulated. Adam Levine's in your DM. There are plenty of girls, by the way,
we're all manipulated.
But there are plenty of girls younger than 20 who would call bull shrimp on anything even close to this. So I don't know how long you can say I was young when you're in your 20s. That's objectively young, but is that I was manipulated by Adam Levine. I was only 23.
But
that's not, I mean.
Being manipulated doesn't mean you're a victim. We're all manipulated of something. If we see
No. That's the implication, is that she was manipulated by somebody who lied. Now, listen, if he was like, oh, I'm almost divorced. Yeah, obviously he was making all that up. But my question is simply, how old can you be and still not have your excuse be, I was young and manipulated? I mean, again, she wasn't 16 years old.
Let's also take into account that he may have been manipulated by their body.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone is manipulated.
By how hot they are.
There you go.
She was manipulated.
That's manipulation.
He's rich, he's famous, he's hot, and he's married, so he's off limits. Oh, I feel like, you're manipulated by that. You're just like, oh, it's the forbidden fruit. The one you can't bite is probably always the sweetest.
But you're not manipulated if you're doing it voluntarily. Manipulation involves an involuntary response to someone else's actions.
Her mind is telling her no.
Mine is telling me no.
But
my party.
that Vivi was saying yes. So,
But again, my question is simply, how old can you be and still use the "I was young and manipulated" excuse?
I'm gonna say 35.
I think
I'm never
30.
I think you can just drop the young part and just say I was manipulated because you can manipulate anybody at any age. That's an ageless thing.
I don't want to take accountability, so I'm gonna say 35 because I'm not 35 yet.
I'm going to take a break. I'll have that last pair of tickets for Five Finger Death Punch for you. Is Seton Smith coming by?
Yes, he is.
Okay, Seton Smith is going to stop in. He's opening for John Mulaney tonight at the Romo Fijo, so we'll catch up with him. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
the last pair of tickets here to see Five Finger Death Punch. The show is happening Tuesday, October 4th out at Blossom, along with Megadeth, Fire from the Gods, and The Who. The Mongolian band, not Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend. Actually, Megadeth and Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend. Well, we'll see if we can make that happen. This show, Five Finger Death Punch, in your headliner spot there, Tuesday, October 4th. Out at Blossom, part of the Northern Ohio Honda Dealers Concert Series. You can go to liveNation.com if you need further information. Last pair here this week. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com or watch live. Thanks again to Wharfie Globbershut. Is it Shut or Scut?
I think it's Scut.
Wharfie Globberscut for helping out today. Keep in mind, Sunday morning is the Week in Cox. We do it every Sunday morning. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts for 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. And that airs 8 to 10 every Sunday morning. The Guardians, fresh off, and I'm getting a lot of messages from Guardians fans who are gloating today. And why not? If the White Sox swept the Guardians, I'd be ha-haing as well. But it's not how it happened. Guardians over the White Sox last night. They complete the sweep. 4-2 was the final there in Chicago. And they're down in Texas tonight to play the Rangers. Where's that, Arlington? Is that outside Dallas? Is that where the Rangers play?
I believe so.
8:05 is your first pitch tonight. It's the first of 3 against the Texas Rangers. And then the Guardians come back home for the remainder of the regular season. They'll start the series against the Tampa Rays on Tuesday. Those are 6-10 games, so we'll dip out a little early beginning of next week. And then they finish with a 6-game run against the Royals here at home, ending the regular season on October the 5th. And remember, in whatever remaining days there are in September, you can use the promo code BUZZ. I guess there's a week left. Jesus Christ. There's a week left in September. Use the promo code BUZZ for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Speaking of Buzz, they mentioned that Great Lakes Brewing is doing their Christmas Ale First Pour. That's a big deal to a lot of people. People have, as soon as we hit the autumnal equinox, which was yesterday, people start thinking about Thanksgiving and Christmas, and they start getting a boner for Christmas ale, celebrating 30 years of Great Lakes Brewing's Christmas Ale.
That first pour, that's a fun event.
It's happening on October the 20th at 11 a.m. This happens at the brewery? Is that what they do?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you go to this?
I've been to it before. It's a good time, yeah.
What, do they just put ladles in the big kettle?
Exactly. They put a bunch of straws. You walk around with a straw. And you
a giant straw?
Yep, slurp it up.
How do they do it?
I mean, they pour beers for people. There's a big ceremony and things. I've only shown up after all that. Like, I've gotten there later in the day. I didn't make it for like the first pour. I just got there when everybody was already kind of 2 or 3 Christmas ales in. Still fun though.
But they have, I have to think that they have like a bagpiper or.
It depends on the year.
All right. Well, anyway, for people who are waiting for that valuable information, provided you didn't already see it, the Christmas Ale First Pour is going to happen on October the 20th at Great Lakes Brewing Company. They open at 11. The first keg is tapped at 11:30. Last year they had the Cleveland Carolers. They had, how do you feel about carolers? Do you like carolers? I know people associate it with Christmas. I don't care for it.
I feel like a caroler is not a professional.
You shut your mouth.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, there have to be professional carolers. I mean, if it's somebody in your neighborhood who just got some friends together and going door to door asking for
Man.
figgy pudding. That's a whole other thing. But
It takes a professional to sing opera of bells. Are you kidding me?
maybe, but that's not necessarily what the people who come to your door.
Yeah,
are
they're
doing.
just thinking about figgy pudding and stuff like that. Deck the halls, all that crap.
They're trying to get their halls decked, just like Bill with
Deck your
your
mom's
mom tomorrow night at the Lorraine Palace Theater.
She's not coming.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, she
Yeah!
is.
If Bam Bam has anything to say about it.
She might not attend the show, but she coming.
He's going to be Bam Bam, thank you, ma'am, all up in there. There's a rapper in Atlanta. His stage name is Shawty Dread. His real name is Mercedes New. That's a great name. Why? Listen, if your name is Frank Smitherton and you want to be a rapper, give yourself a name. Call yourself Trippie Redd or Chief Keef or whatever, right? If your name is Mercedes New and you Shawty Dread, that's all you need. Unless that's a stage name too. It might be an alias, who knows? This guy is always getting into trouble, and this time he lives in a high-rise in downtown Atlanta, and they're accusing him of constantly peeing over his balcony and onto the streets below.
Ugh,
He
people are
denies
just
it.
so nasty.
He denies it. He says, this ain't me. I'm not the one doing it.
I promise I wasn't. I'm famous. I'm on TV, bro.
I'm famous. I'm on TV. I didn't do this. I promise it wasn't me. What? He sounds reliable.
He's so defensive. He's like, hey, I didn't.
Well, yes, they're accusing him of peeing over his balcony from a high-rise.
Wait, did you say this was a black man?
I mean, I haven't seen him, but
He sounds black.
Shawty Dread. Yeah, I'm going to go. It's Atlanta. I'm going to go with black guy, yes.
That is like the black man cry before he gets taken away. Like, I promise I wasn't. I didn't do it. Like, I can see his face just by hearing his voice.
I promise I wasn't. I'm famous. I'm on TV, bro. I didn't do this, man.
That's disgusting.
What is wrong with these people today? Holy well, you got to. Oh my God, this guy.
I like when they get the people just walking by on the sidewalk. And by the way, stop saying what's wrong with people today. How about what's wrong with that guy?
Nah, people.
People. It's not like there's thousands of people peeing off their high-rise balcony.
There are.
Well, there's another reason to not move to downtown Cleveland. So this guy, they arrested him. I just like the story when they talk to his neighbors. He has nearly 1 million followers on Instagram. Shawty Dread. I've never heard of him, but that doesn't mean anything. He's got 1 million people on Instagram. A lot of people have heard of him. His neighbors, however, the police began investigating after the manager of a nearby high-rise called and complained and said that they saw this guy on numerous occasions on his balcony, naked, and peeing through the bars of the railing of the balcony. And I guess the local NBC affiliate there in Atlanta got video, but the neighbors asked that they not show it on television. And so they walked into the building and they put the guy in cuffs and walked him out. He says it wasn't him. This could be mistaken identity. But what I thought was gross was that his neighbors said that it happened so frequently that when they were street side, they would often bring umbrellas with them when they walked on the sidewalk. You ever lived in a high-rise? Bill lives in a high-rise.
I live in a high-rise.
But you don't have a balcony.
No balcony.
Have you ever lived in a high-rise with a balcony? You're constantly worried that something, unless you're on the very tippy top,
Worried about Putin. That's what you're worried about.
You're worried about Vladimir Putin coming in and pushing you out of a window because you did something to piss him off. But you're constantly worried about somebody from up above you doing something. You're always looking up. You're always like, it's because you don't really know you. I'm not like a, hey, I'm Alan, I live next door now. I'm not like if I'm in an apartment building, I'm not the get-to-know-you guy. You know, if you're in a neighborhood in a house, it's a little different, right? If you're in an apartment, hopefully you're not asking a neighbor to borrow their chainsaw. So you don't necessarily know who's around you or who's on the floor above you. People who live in this building, and the guy must be doing all right. He's living in a high-rise in Midtown Atlanta.
Looking at his Instagram, it's full of private jets and stacks on stacks on stacks.
I'm sure it's all real.
Big booty women.
And legit.
Yeah.
The building is called the Icon Atlanta. So it's probably both hoity and toity. But the neighbors, this was not news to them. They said he routinely took a whiz off of his balcony. Now, from that high up, it's just going to become a fine mist.
Yeah.
Right? But still.
That's what I would think.
A couple of drips and drops where people would, if they were down below leaving, they would carry an umbrella. Imagine living in a building where you know a guy is constantly peeing over his balcony, where you have to bring, it's a sunny day in Atlanta, and people are like, why the hell do you have an umbrella? Oh, Shawty Dread lives above me. You know, say you're pulling out your car out of the garage. Maybe you're not even walking. You're pulling your car out of the garage.
And then drip, drip, drip.
You're like, oh, it must be raining. Nope. Just turn on your wipers. It'll be okay. But Poundcake's right. This guy denies it. He says it wasn't him.
Promise I wasn't. I'm famous. I'm on TV, bro. I didn't do this, man.
I promise I wasn't. I didn't do this. What if it wasn't him? What if he has a housemate?
P-framed?
Yes.
It's possible. That is like my biggest fear,
being P-framed.
No, just getting framed for something I really didn't do, and then being like raked over the coals for it, like losing everything. I'd be like,
You said raked, right?
Yeah, raped.
I got raped over the coals, and I'll tell you
I
what,
said raped.
it was hot, it was uncomfortable. I mean, what could make it possibly worse?
Are you sure that's your biggest fear? Because
that's my biggest fear. Why?
He has a lot of fears.
All right, I'm just wondering because you've been pretty anti me and your mom, so I didn't know if that was your biggest fear.
Not my biggest fear, just the grossest thing I could possibly.
Blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
I treat it right.
And then when I got a big load, I go put it in there. Can we not? Can we not?
Oh! That's Poundcake walking in to see you two together.
Oh!
Hey, Mike in Covington, Virginia. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I was hearing y'all talking about the Trippie Redd. Y'all mentioned Trippie Redd.
Yeah.
Do you realize who that is?
I mean, yeah. He's from Canton.
Yeah, but in Major Payne, the movie from a long time ago,
yeah.
He was Tiger. He was a little tiger.
He was, really?
Yeah, I didn't know if y'all realized that or not.
No, I don't. I never saw Major Payne. I know the movie you're talking about. It's like a Damon Wayans was a drill sergeant with a tooth missing or something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I never saw that, but I know Trippie Redd is from Canton, and he's blowing up like he was just here. MGK. He was on the MGK show. I know that's a local thing, but I think Kanye's taking him out, and XXX Tenication, as Poundcake says.
Yeah, but that's Little Tiger.
Little Tiger. All right. I'll have to go back and watch Major Payne. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
All right.
Seaton's gonna be here for the next segment.
Okay, that's
he had
fine.
some problems with the with an Uber.
That's okay. Seaton Smith will join us in a bit. He is opening for John Mulaney tonight at the Romo Fijo.
Do I need to let him in?
Somebody will need to.
Yeah, we'll figure it out when he gets here.
Okay.
Unless we have a Russian, they can just throw him through the
window.
You just throw him through the window, and then we'll just. I had to find out who. When we were at Oak Tree, we had the guys that ran the building and the facilities people, and I didn't know who they were for this building. There was no toilet paper in the men's room this morning.
Oh.
Because the restaurant probably had a huge night because it was game day.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so I go in there.
And are you sitting down?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. I don't know how I didn't. Well, here's what got me. Sometimes, because it's got that like metal case, and sometimes you'll see an empty roll, but then there's a new roll up in it.
Backup roll.
Yeah, backup roll up in it. Nothing. So I go, okay. So I clench, pull my pants up, go to the next stall. Nothing. I go, okay, one more shot, because there's 4 stalls. One of them's out of order. The handicap stall, out of order. So I didn't even check that one.
Well, that's the one you got to check because that's the one that's
I
probably
know
gonna have
that
a roll.
probably had it. You're right. Didn't check it. And so I go to the third one, nothing. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to, take a roll and corn cob it or anything. So I walked out and grabbed a towel for when you wash your hands.
Mm.
I had to use that. And that was...
I probably would have gone over to the women's room.
You would have pulled your pants up and waddled down to the ladies' room?
I mean, what else are you going to do?
Because I didn't wipe.
You had already done it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. That was my problem. I didn't check.
Okay, yeah.
Ahead of time.
Yeah, then I probably would have gone paper towel route.
Right.
Now, did you flush the paper towel or did you?
I did flush. Yeah, of course.
You're not supposed to flush paper towels.
Oh well, that's their problem. They need to have toilet
Well, come on, man. I mean, I don't use 8 of them to wipe. I use 2 of them. But
Did you
still,
dab and pat?
What's that?
Did you dab and pat?
Dab and pat.
I feel like that would feel a lot better than
Dab and pat. Mornings on Light 102. No, it was very coarse.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not a great.
Painful.
That's not a great thing to do to your.
So I was like, hey, is there somebody we can email here just to let them know that this is what's going on?
Tell that lady at the security desk.
Oh, seriously?
That's what I would do.
Oh, I didn't. The big boss happened to be in the hallway or something, and he goes, "Yeah, I'll let him know."
I'm like, listen.
I said, okay.
There's no door there, sir. I can see you. Well, I'm knocking anyways. Think of this metaphorically and physically. We need toilet paper.
Knocking on her counter.
Metaphorically and physically. I don't know what the metaphor is there, but
well, he's working on it. He'll come up with one. Yeah, because they're just sitting there. You're right. But after that, I ran into somebody of weight, as they say, and figured it out. But that was a scary moment. There's that half a minute. There's that half a second where you go, oh no.
Oh, that
nobody had a square to spare.
It's one of the reasons I don't like using a public restroom. Because also, I'm so far past toilet paper. Bidet is the way to go.
Bidet is the way.
But even when I've had to do it a couple times here, and I feel like I'm in the past. I feel like I'm
it's like you're roughing it.
Version of myself.
Yeah, you're in Colonial Williamsburg.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Don.
Can we be more civilized, please?
Right. Don, what's going on?
Civilized. Yes, I guess so.
Yeah.
This whole thing about peeing off the front porch or off of your deck or whatever, this has happened 25 years ago. I went to go visit my brother. I hadn't seen him in 20 years with his family. And he was this nerd who was at everything had to do with the stars and the moons. And so we're standing outside at 2 a.m. in his backyard in the middle of Milton Mills, New Hampshire. And all of a sudden I hear this water hitting the ground, and I'm like, what? And he says, well, if you can't pee off your own deck, why do you live there? And I'm like, you're still as weird as you always were.
Yeah, but that I get. The other dude's on a high-rise balcony. Yeah, you're in your backyard. Tons of people pee off their deck, I guess. But that's Milton Mills right there on the Maine border. So he could conceivably pee right into Maine.
Yeah, a half an hour drive towards the ocean and you're in Maine.
Yeah.
But
he could be getting an interstate whiz. That's something
listen
right
to this.
about.
I lived in California as a high school student. We didn't have a lot of money. My parents did what they could. But we ended up living in this high-rise, Davy Glen is what it was called. Beautiful area and everything, but actually one day I came home from school and the police were there. The old man from downstairs said that he thought I was climbing over the back of their deck and swinging down.
Yep.
To the next one. And I'm looking at this thing going, no, I didn't do that. I couldn't have done that. As crazy of an ass as I was, I wouldn't even done that. But it was 20 years later, just before my dad died, he looks at me and he says, So how did you get into that apartment downstairs from us? And I was like, what? You've all these years you've thought I actually did that?
It was a case of mistaken identity, Don. Thank you. Now, what are you going to do, you know? When your own parents think that you're peeing off somebody's high-rise balcony. Okay, let me take a break here. I think Seton Smith will join us, and then we'll get to the Friday Get Down. That is how we transition fully into the weekend. It's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. It's brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. So we'll get to that in a bit. If you want to text for something, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
Tomorrow, iHeartRadio is proud to partner with the 2022 Global Citizen Festival, celebrating the worldwide movement of people taking action now to save our planet and end poverty. With live performances from Metallica, Charlie Puth, Jonas Brothers, Måneskin, Mariah Carey, Mickey Guyton, Rosalia, Usher, SZA, and more. Coming to you live from New York City and Accra, Ghana. Tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. Listen exclusively on the Global Citizen channel with the free iHeartRadio app.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know what I can't even watch either is cop movies. Remember cop movies, man? Remember cop movies in the 80s? They used to have those, like those dirty, hairy dudes, right? They'd walk in the room like, hey, I like to follow my own rules, right? And I got all excited, like, yeah! But now I'm like, follow the rules. Like, I think those rules are written for a reason. I don't want to be a stickler. Those people that record those videos, I would say, are some of the bravest people on this planet. Because I can't even watch these things, but these dudes are pulling out a cell phone, recording, zooming in. Like, that's just profound to me, man. Like, but you know who the most bravest person I think in the world is? A dude who recorded the first police video. Y'all know the first police video? Huh? Rodney King. That's the first police video. You know how hard you got? I mean, crowd, listen, it's brave to pull out a cell phone and start recording, but do you know how brave you got to be to pull out a VHS camcorder? You know how hard? You know how brave you got to be to be like, hold on, Rodney, hold on. Wait, I got to get a blank tape. Hold on.
There is Seton Smith, and he's opening for John Mulaney tonight at the Romo Fijo. Look at you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Real blessed right now, man.
How long ago was that clip?
That was 2017.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Was that on one of the late night shows?
Yeah,
or
that was Conan.
Okay.
And it was a weird moment at the time because nobody was talking about police brutality in late night in that format at that point. So I had to come in real delicate and sweet.
Certainly not Conan.
No, Conan was not doing that. They were all like,
he's not the guy to tackle that, probably.
Literally, he like right when the tape was done, he was like, "Well, that went as well as it could go." Let's talk about police brutality 4.5 minutes wrong.
No big hook came out and pulled you off stage.
No, it was really I was really lucky. It was really a blessing.
This past April was 30 years since that. Isn't that wild? Rodney King and the 30 years since the verdict, I guess.
Yeah.
The LA riots were April and May of 92.
I was in Palm Springs at the time, too, watching it felt very close because I got family in LA, I got family in that area, and they did not, I don't know, it didn't really stop rioting. They stopped rioting, I guess, on paper, but, you know, it was always crackling.
There's always something going on.
You got killed with a swap meet when all of a sudden a gun goes off, everybody start running. You know, it's just really, LA, it was wild in the 90s.
Where are you from?
Well, my mom's a gypsy, so she moved around a lot growing up. But I was born in San Diego, then Palm Springs, and I lived in South Carolina, Charleston, then in Missouri, and then California again.
Do you think of yourself as a California guy? Is that like where you grew up, or you were just like you were like an army brat, would be moving around all the time?
Yeah, I guess moving around. Like I guess I am, but I've lived in Jersey and D.C. so much that like I lived in D.C. and I started to like really like myself there. So I can't consider myself there, but I feel adopted in D.C. Like I'm like I go there, I feel home. You know?
Does that help? Where I mean, you know, you talk to people who do move around a lot, especially as kids, and no matter what they're doing, I don't know how it applies to comedy, but no matter what they're doing, they're like, it helped me learn how to kind of read people, how to meet people, because you're constantly meeting new people. I would think that would help.
Yeah, you know what helped too? Yeah, the violent childhood helped too, man. Let me tell you, abuse, guys, you can read a room like that. You know when somebody's about to start swinging.
There's a punch coming.
Yeah, I'm very, very sharp and aware of that. I'm like, oh, I hurt your feelings. I don't want to go there.
Is that what it was for you growing up?
Oh, yeah, it was like, it was a lot of, now that I'm discovering, I think COVID helped us sit around and sit and go like, well, why am I living my life I am? I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess like it's not normal for police buses to come in your house. Like, I realized this, with the first 5 years of your life, whatever patterns you have there, you think that's reality. And I ain't never really questioned that.
Sure.
So I was like, oh, okay. So, like, because everybody's, see, why you always so anxious, always alert, always looking around? I'm like, well, aren't y'all also waiting for a drug bust? Like, aren't y'all also waiting for something to go down?
Well, it's also, I mean, situational awareness is not a bad thing. I mean, yours was like hard-earned.
Yes.
But like, it's not a bad idea to not be walking around like your head's in some kind of fog all the time, you know? Because things are popping off everywhere you go. Like, It's wild.
It scares me because people with guns are more scared than the people without guns. And that's what makes you let you know, like, okay, this world ain't right now.
Right.
Here's a much lighter version of that. Yesterday, I got my oil changed, and they put that little tag on there. And when my girlfriend picked up my car for me, she attached my house keys to the little thin key ring rather than the actual
double thick one.
Yeah. And I was like, that's why you lose stuff all the time, because you aren't paying attention to those little things where you go, okay, that's just how I am, and it's not from trauma like you've been through, but like just enough stuff has happened in my life where my dad's yelled at me enough times to be like, make sure you do it right, because you could have prevented this, and that kind of stuff sticks with you.
I agree. I think your wife did that because she doesn't love you. I think she specifically did that out of spite, so you could really be angry. Girlfriend, I apologize. I apologize. Well, she obviously isn't white material.
Even worse.
Sitting around not putting keys on key rings right.
She's gonna hear this and be like, I'm not white material. How you doing?
I mean, you got the one thing wrong, ring. You gonna put the ring on the wrong key on the wrong finger. I mean, come on. So I'm messing things. Now I'm burning bridges.
It wasn't meant to be, you know.
Oh wow. Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
No. I'm not trying to burn that bridge. Good luck, y'all.
No, we're doing great.
Okay, cool.
She's allowed to make one mistake.
Famously on this show, because it's been mentioned a couple of times, it might have been mentioned yesterday, is that Bill beat you.
Might have been mentioned.
In car crash comedy, right?
Destroyed
Is that the story?
me.
Yeah, tell me the story.
He beat me bad. It was a second. This
was on the old Opie and Anthony
show.
show.
Opie and Anthony show. I felt cocky because I won my first car crash comedy and had like a dream moment. Got to do Merriweather. 4 years in the comedy. Got to do an arena.
Yeah.
It was Patrice was on that.
It was like the lineup of lineups.
Lineups.
Because they were getting. I mean, that's why I listen to Opie and Anthony so much, because Bill Burr, Patrice, Jim Norton. Those Robert Kelly, Louis would be on there regularly, and you just hear it's what podcasting kind of came from, was how they ran that show back then. Where it's just comics chopping it up together.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, everybody was been trying to imitate that energy for years and stuff. Yeah, it was awesome, and it was like Joe Rogan kind of took it over, and it was dope because he kind of like made it less racist and more interesting.
Right.
Like I'm saying, like when people call Joe Rogan racist, I'm like, guys, let's see what he's.
Don't worry, it's still very sexist.
I mean, I'm not gonna go. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna.
You gotta take the rough with the smooth.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And he said less racist, not completely.
It's completely less racist. But before it was like one of those like you'd have to just like cut off callers because they were using the N-word too much. That level of like
too much.
It was like too much. Like I could see one or two to make your point, but you're being ridiculous. We got a black guy here. It was that kind of energy.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, cool. But anyways, I don't know, I diverted. Point being, now we'll go back to the second episode where Bill, I'm just trying to point out that Bill won a contest on a racist ass show. That's my entire point.
Yes.
I'm just trying to throw it on the trash. No, I'm joking.
You could look at him and know he was going to be the champ.
Yeah, I already knew. I was like, it's a white man's sport. No.
Well, I did beat you and Ramon Rivas, so I mean, it was.
You did. It was. But it was, and I think specifically they said, you're doing too many black jokes. They did say that. And I remember they were like, all right.
And I think that was more, not to say that you can't tell those, but it's more like, they don't get these.
No, they didn't get them. No, I didn't get them as much. No.
How long had you been in it by then?
By then, I was like cocky. I was like 2 years late. Maybe it was like 6 years in.
6 years in.
What year was that?
What year was that? 2009 or 2010?
Okay.
I think I want to say 2010.
Yeah, 2010. So then I was 7 years in. 7 years in. I was really cocky.
I was
7 years in.
I was 6 years in.
I wasn't even right set list 7 years in. I was like, nah, man, I'm a genius.
Did you start in New York? Like, how did you get into it?
I started comedy officially in D.C.
Yeah.
And I stayed there for like 11 years because I really liked the scene there. It was like a lot of like geniuses there that I didn't know were geniuses. Like my second or third open mic, Tony Woods just was there.
Oh, yeah.
I like in my head, I was like, he's great. If he's great in D.C., I bet you New York has even greater. And I still to this day have not met
seen anybody like Tony.
Better than I'm like, yo, you're
Tony. I worked with him in Minneapolis, and then we went and hung out afterwards. And Tony's just a different type of just person overall. Like
he doesn't get the credit he should get.
He does not, but he's so funny on stage. He's so charismatic, and then he's just kind beyond any level that he needs to be. Like the fact that he took me, his like middle act, and like he's like, hey, we're going places. And I was like, what? He's like, we got things to do after this. And so we just went.
Awesome.
He took me to clubs, and like we hung out and just chopped it up, and it was like I was his friend immediately.
He was the
Cool.
first guy Chappelle thanked when he got that Mark Twain prize, was Tony Woods.
Yeah.
Right out the gate.
Yeah, we were all kind of like drama about it because we DC, the whole DC myth about like he stole his act, which I don't think he did. Like he was just inspired.
I think
by
he's
him.
influenced.
Yeah, he was influenced. He was a kid, but like Chappelle is a genius upon himself. It's like but it's like Coltrane and Miles Davis kind of jazz in my opinion. It's like just a protege.
Well, I mean, it's like Pryor and Eddie Murphy. Like Pryor was definitely influencing Eddie Murphy, but it was not. He was, and Eddie said like I was trying to be Pryor, but you can't be Pryor.
Can't be Pryor.
Yeah,
that was more of a rougher kind of connection because that was a 21-year-old kid looking for anything to steal.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna knock Eddie. No, I'm not gonna start trash. I'm not talking trash about Eddie Murphy.
So
I'm just saying
Smith
like
said Eddie Murphy.
I did not say that. Eddie Murphy's the funniest human being in the world ever.
Yeah. Seton Smith : Eddie Murphy is overrated. TMZ or whatever.
I did not say that. I've been on record talking about it. I made people go see the second one, Coming to America 2. I had a lot of stake in that. A lot of friends in that movie.
Yeah. I still haven't watched it. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It was a black thing. No, it was like a really little black party. It's a blackish show. It was like, oh, hey, James Earl Jones came out of retirement. Black people gonna show up for that. James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Literally came out of retirement. Anyways.
Seton Smith is opening for John Mulaney around the corner at the Romo Fijo tonight. I remember you on his sitcom. That show did not last long.
Did not last.
But I remember you on it.
Yeah.
Had you known him for a while before that? Did you write for the show? Did you?
I didn't write for the show. No, I just got lucky and just
because you're not a Chicago guy or anything. So yeah.
No, he had a lot of comics he started with that he got help write and other writers, and I met him in 2010 opening for him, and he just was like, hey man, you're great.
Yeah.
He didn't invite me to the show. I just auditioned for it. And actually, another writer was like, he's perfect for it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know that guy. It was actually weirdly kind of coincidental.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. It was like, I thought it was a special treatment. It's like, nah, man, you were just good enough for it.
Have you been doing this whole run with him?
I have. Lucky enough, right when he got out of rehab, like he started the shows in May at the City Winery, the small place. And I started at like 2 weeks into the show, I started opening for him. And we just started just doing like maybe 150 shows last year, and then now we're gonna on this whole 100 city show tour of this whole arena thing.
Yeah, Jesus, when he goes home to Chicago, he does like 9 nights at the Chicago Theater.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, we did. Yeah, the United Center. United,
you did this
United
time.
Center.
You did the United Center. Yeah,
yeah, United Center was awesome. That was it was fun to be like where Jordan was. It was like dope.
What's it like being? I mean, I've done one arena show, but it was to 3,000 people in a 20,000 seat arena. So what's it like?
Interesting.
Yeah, it was the Palace of Auburn Hills, and they had this Christmas show, but they only had like one section open.
Interesting.
So it was a lot of. But like, what's it like when you are out there in a place like the United Center?
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be.
You're on the
another
Jumbotron
level.
and everything.
Yeah, I will let you know, like Madison Square Garden, United Center, and Red Rock.
Oh, Red
Rock.
Yeah.
That was the same kind of energy. There's like a weird magic energy. Red Rock was the first one to open my head up to it because it was like 11,000, 13,000 people like up in a rock. And as you know, if you don't know, I don't know. It's like they carved into a rock stage
in Denver.
In Denver, and it's just big red rocks, and like the sound just bounces, and you can look at the stage, but also look at the skyline. It's beautiful. But they have church services there every Sunday. It's like I could feel like I could see God here. Like literally, it feels that energy. And I don't know, something opens up. I was like, that. At first, it was like, jarring, but I don't know. It really got quickly. It felt like.
I've seen shows at Red Rocks, but I could never tell if it was, because plenty of comics do it, but I can't tell if they, like Bird did his special there, I think, or something.
Yeah.
But I could never tell if they did it just for the history of the venue or if it actually sounds good for stand-up.
Yeah, you know what?
It
I would
seems
say
like something where the sound would just go everywhere.
Yeah, this is a technical thing, and hopefully y'all don't tune out on this. Recording it is incredibly hard, but like
that's
being
what
there,
being
there, because it's like sound when it gets that many people laughing, it starts to become a weight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like so it's like rumbling in your body, and so it's a whole different experience. Like whoa, like being and sitting in the middle of 11,000 people and laughing at one thing is like just I don't know. It's a different experience.
Just think about it.
Yeah, it's fun.
You know how back and forth all this stuff can go, like career-wise or whatever comes next. Does coming off an arena tour with John? This is going to sound like a stupid question, but I mean it more like coming off an arena tour with John Mulaney. Is that big picture good for you, or is it more like, well, now I can just go do theaters or whatever I can do, or you not even think that far ahead?
Man, I don't know if I'm that career intelligent yet. I ain't gonna lie. I was.
Even if you're not like laser focused on it, there's always things in the
I'm
back of your head
focused.
that-
I don't think I'm just smart about it. I don't know. I'm focused. I look. It's almost like you got to do your budget. You be like, I'm looking at the numbers. I just don't know how to work numbers. But I'll look all day if you want. Like I really don't know exactly.
What are all these squiggles?
Yeah, you'll be sitting there like, do they think of me of this or do they think of me of that? And it's like, I'm like, well, let me sit out what I want to do. I'll just do that and see if I can just keep growing. And then the stuff that's working, I'll keep doing that.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
Mulaney let me shoot a special in front of him at Madison Square Garden. So that was
Oh,
really
you
dope.
did?
Yeah, so I got a half-hour special at
That's
Madison Square Garden.
awesome.
I'm like, okay, that's gonna be a fun thing. So we'll see how that response goes, and we'll go from there.
Did somebody pick that up, or you shop it around, or what?
I don't know. I feel like YouTube is beautiful right now. You know, like especially
that's where Bill put his.
I'm really much more interested in YouTube because it's like
Because then everybody can see it.
Everybody can see it quickly. It's gonna go there anyway.
And then you also know what they think of it
immediately.
There's no comments on Netflix. There's comments on YouTube, so you know if people like it or not.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, for a guy like you who's so funny and like you're ready to I feel like if you put it on YouTube, it's going to take off, and then you're going to start selling tickets everywhere you go, and it's going to be that nice transition to just going and doing your thing.
Yeah. On some level, I really am. I do think that. On another level, I get scared.
Of course, it's very
in the sense of like, no, it's just because Mulaney's, this tour is amazing. It's just so nice. Like, I've been the headliner life. And that headliner life of just like that $1,500 a weekend and you get that hotel and you just be like, can I get outside the condo, sir? And like, nah.
Well, remember, like when you're so excited about getting that $1,500 a week, and you're like, I got, and then you're like, this is not money. This is nothing.
No. When you first get the college show, it's like $1,000 college. You're gonna do 40 colleges. Like, I'm a millionaire. And then you realize they ain't gonna pay for your travel. Oh, they ain't gonna pay for your hotel. And they ain't gonna pay for your insurance.
And they're not gonna tell anybody to show up.
No. But I ain't gonna lie. Like on the other side, then the flip side, you fight through it, and then you meet to do like Mulaney, and then you get to do 11,000 people, and then it's like you get to do. I don't know. You get stuff like writers, and then you get to sit in a room. Like I was sitting with the we were doing Tennessee, the Ryman Theater. It was Mulaney. It was
Byrne. Steve Byrne.
Steve Byrne. No.
Okay.
No, it was
Bargassi.
Bargassi. Thank you, Bargassi. And then there's a dude who I'm not gonna know, but it was a country singer guy who everybody knows. Come on, Garland. Nope, never mind. Anyways, we're gonna do.
I don't see the one person that likes country on the show isn't here today. So
damn. Well, anyways, they were all. I was just dope to be in a room with all these people making all this money, and they were all just talking about tour buses. I was like, just that little conversations that you don't have at open mics. Open mics were like, I wonder what it's gonna be like. And they're all like, man, we just need a more comfortable tour bus so I can get from A to B. It's like, okay, it's good life.
While my private jet's up on blocks.
Yeah. Private jets is a nice thing too. That would
be nice.
That probably never gets old.
No, no, not for me. I mean, I ain't paying for it, so that's never gonna get old. Free flights.
Free flights is real nice.
Yeah, when you pay for it, I think that's oof.
Do you guys? You were in Toronto last night. Did you fly here or did you?
No, we got a tour bus now. Tour bus now is interesting. It's real comfortable because we got the baby and stuff.
Yeah,
and we're gonna try to like keep a good pace, keeping the baby, healthy and
okay. So this is like a family tour at this point.
It is.
Oh, you got a baby with you.
Yeah, we got the whole
it's
baby.
John's baby.
Boy.
Yeah, man, it's got a Johnny Cash thing.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. It's actually kind of really like to look at it. Like today, I really had a thought about it. Like, I don't know. There are a lot of dudes that go on the road, and then there's a lot of these stories that come back and like, I don't know my father. I don't know who this person is. But like, he got to like hear his first. Like his son's first word was that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
So it's Olivia and the baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. That's wild.
No, it's really beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
so
like,
you guys did the Rogers Center up there. That's a giant place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, it was that whole Toronto Raptors vibe is dope. Hit the locker room, get all hyped.
Yeah.
Come out the tunnel, make something happen. No, for real, I just be in my head like, yo, man, coming out the tunnel, yo.
If they put you in the Cavs locker room, I need you to send me some pics.
Absolutely. We did. We had nothing but Bulls locker room pics? What?
Yeah.
Mulaney's gotten jerseys from like almost every arena. I've gotten a lot of them too. There's like a couple of them that did not give them to me, and I can't get that out of my head because I'm ungrateful. I'm an ungrateful man. But the Clippers didn't give me a jersey. I was like, what's up? Nuggets
and
gave me a
they
jersey.
got them.
Yeah, exactly. Bulls gave me a jersey.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But Knicks and Clippers, they were like, well, no.
That
was cold.
Bitches.
That's cold. But Madison Square Garden, though, I ain't gonna lie. When they always say it's magic, absolutely magic.
Yeah.
It was so dope. So anyway.
Bill, do you want to start the weekend?
Let's do it.
All right. Seton Smith, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in, pal.
Thanks for letting me
He
come
is
in, man.
opening for John Mulaney tonight at the Romo Fijo. If there are any tickets remaining, you could probably walk right up and try to get them. There probably aren't, but I don't know.
You probably have to go to like a reseller or something.
Probably so. SeatonSmith.com probably online,
SeatonSmith.com,
right?
man.
There you
Come
go.
check out. Wait for the special.
There you
Follow
go.
me on Instagram. I'm posting.
All right, the way we start the weekend around here, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! And you got to get down on Friday. Get yourself some Cleveland whiskey. Get the Romo Fio. Watch Seton Smith and John Mulaney. They're going to make you laugh your ass off. Drink that Cleveland whiskey. Galaga, galaga, galaga. It's Friday!
Holy mackerel. How about that? Broke a toenail on that one.
Yeah, right.
It's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. They got delicious recipes for the fall over there. If they're doing tastings, you'll find that info as well. It's available in a dozen plus states. You can get online, see what they're doing and when. Go to clevelandwhiskey.com for all the info.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the app.